we should be live on YouTube. We're going to be getting back into where we left off with Farming Simulator. For those who have not been here to see what we've got going on in Farming Simulator, in Farming Simulator 22, what we've got is the Survivor Man Challenge going on. Let me quickly fix... Okay, never mind. Someone's already got. Cool. But what we've got going on in Farming Simulator is we've been working on what's referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge. The Survivor Man Challenge in Farming Simulator isn't one of these challenges that has very strict, specific rules. Instead, what it has is kind of thematic. But the general rules you have is you start with $0, a chainsaw, a piece of land, and you just build up from there. Most people, the rules will say no loans or leases. That's pretty uniform with almost everyone. In addition, we also have, we're not using the modded buildings that come with this map because they're all super overpowered. And I gave myself this place to sleep just so we could fast forward time. And then this truck. And that was so people didn't have to watch me drag logs one by one over to that little, you see way out in the distance where my little circle is. You can barely make out the building in between the trees there. They didn't want to watch me carry that log one by one over there. It'd be painful and terrible. So the things I've got to do right now is we did just have our sale day. Well, first, how are our sheep and all that? So sheep need water. Greenhouses are okay. Our grain mill is set up. All right, cool. Right. So the things we need to do is I've been smart enough to do what I usually do, which is I will leave my blue tractor at whatever needs doing with whatever tool it needs to be done there. So that way I don't spend half an hour going, what were we doing? But we have one of our sorghum fields has already been dealt with in regards to cultivating and fertilizing. The other one hasn't. Tomorrow is our seeding day. So that's overdue. Just trying to get this in position. So I need to cultivate and fertilize this field. And then do the seeder with the fertilizer. So I'm going to get the cultivator running, and it'll get that going. Now, where you probably heard me mention at the beginning, the run we've been doing, we start with pretty much no money. I mean, we start with no money. We literally start with no money. You end up cutting down a bunch of trees, getting greenhouses, doing whatever you got to do to get things up and running. And then you go from there. So the next thing I need to do is I've got the giant cedar there, that big green monstrosity. But the problem I have is I don't have solid fertilizer. And I probably need more liquid herbicide. So, unfortunately, my big tractor is currently tied up doing that. So I'm going to need to go and grab ourselves the trailer and all that. And a weight. Yeah, I do need to get the weight. The problem is the blue tractor is probably going to be the one that needs to do that. Because we're at that point that that cedar's really heavy, so I probably need to get a counterweight on the tractor. Yeah, so it is interesting how much different we had for our outcome this time with the granary. Last year, I had over 30,000 grain still in our grain mill to process when we got to sale day. But this time, because just the timing of things was a little bit better, we got all but like those 5 stacks of flour there. Alright. Still producing flour? I don't think so. I think it's done. I mean, we're still producing flour in the run, but for the season, I'm pretty sure it's empty. Yeah, no, it's empty. Because we managed to get the crop in what was for the year a month earlier than it was the last harvest. Meanwhile, as we're rolling up here, so I need Solid fertilizer. Ow. Seeds, we should be fine. Lime, we're low. Actually, are we low on that? I don't think we're actually low on that. I don't remember. I mean, it's not expected. We'll figure it out. So I need the solid fertilizer. I think we're okay on the liquid fertilizer. I don't think we can check remotely. Yeah, no, that's the thing. With, we made not quite like 200,000 with everything. Can I? All right, so you have fertilizer in you. So you have 300 and okay. So yeah, so we need liquid fertilizer as well. And you're pretty full. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I actually meant to get 8. You're broke? Oh, if you think I broke now, you have not seen the way this run goes. This is in a very comfortable financial situation right now compared to what it was. Because now I have enough fertilizer, enough seeds, enough, I should have enough lime. If not, that's not a big deal. To, like, more than cover my bases. Any loans? Not allowed to take loans or leases. It's a challenge run. So, I have no debts, and I'm not allowed to take any debts. But, keep in mind where I don't have much money on my person. I've got these 4 fields of wheat. You've got a grain mill and a bakery running. I've got sheep. I've got 2 greenhouses. I've got 2 fields that are going to have sorghum in them again here in a minute. Like, we're in pretty good shape. But that's the nature, as we are on the most difficult settings, and we started with $0 and a chainsaw, and we built up from there. So honestly, even having like $17,000, $18,000 in the bank doesn't feel that bad. You know, since I already have my seeds and my fertilizer and all that sorted. If we were sitting in a situation where I didn't have those supplies, then that's a bit more concerning. That is something making me think, though, we probably need to lime these 2 fields. Which doesn't take much effort. Did we lime the other fields? No. Okay. So the next big investment we're probably going to do is getting a warehouse, because we did actually run into the situation right before it became time to buy, or to sell, that we actually maxed out the number of pallets we were allowed to have out and about. The good news was it didn't back up to the point we lost production, but it got close. So we need to get a warehouse, that way we can start dumping the pallets in the warehouse on a regular basis. Which will clean up clutter as well, which will be nice. But we'll get that going. We can also, now we've got almost all of our major tool upgrades and all that, we can start worrying about some of these other things we've been putting off for a while. Like, start making this into a proper yard versus where it's just the stuffed dumping ground. Okay. But yeah. So I think on the shopping list, The things we kind of want is we want to get a really large windrower as something, not a priority, but it's on the list. We might buy a new tile of land relatively soon to continue to expand what we've got. The warehouse is on the short list of things we need to buy. I'm going to put it next to the grain mill we've got here. What other equipment do we have that we potentially... Oh, the harvester is another big spend. I do think we get the... I do kind of want to get an extra tile of land and the warehouse, then worry about the harvester, because the harvester is going to be one you got to save up for. So I am thinking if we get ourselves another tile of land, the warehouse, and maybe in our production line going, that might be something that we can actually, you know, get quite a bit out of it. Make it worth our while. But we'll need to get that other, the warehouse happening relatively soon. Oh, here, this is not on what needs to be. There we go. Why do I not see... There we go. My screens have gotten mixed up. Why am I not seeing... There we go. I'm having just issues where my screen's layouts got moved around for some reason, so I was getting confused as to why I wasn't seeing what I was expecting to see. Oh, right. I should also have TikTok running for this part, because I can do TikTok for this part. Versus Mountain Blade Bannerlord, I would need to make a bunch of setting changes, because there's stuff that TikTok doesn't allow, like red blood and whatnot. Give me chat, drag it over here for a second. And I'll deal with that in a moment. All right. Yeah, so I actually bought one more of these than I meant to, but that's okay. Alright, it's fine. It's being weird not letting me put the last one on, but I need to make an art trip anyways, so whatever. And what we're looking at right here is the liquid fertilizer. The liquid fertilizer we put in the spray and the solid fertilizer we put in our planter. Alright, so let me fix where we've got these going out. Why does the... It's just Windows things. UI things. Where stuff is losing focus when I don't want it to. Alright, and we've got you, and that. Okay, so we're also live on TikTok as well. Because for those who don't know, I do stream to TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Twitch is my main platform and all that. ADHD. In this case, not so much an ADHD thing, though usually it is fair to assume it is. But this is, I'm having various screens like losing focus and coming back in focus. Unless we're accusing my computer of having ADHD, which, you know, it's behaving like it. It's like, no, I really want to look at Firebot. I don't want to look at YouTube chat. Have you seen the things they say on YouTube chat? Who wants to spend time with that? The other platforms know how they are. To be fair, all the platforms have moderation issues. They're just... Everyone has the things they do better and worse with. It's honestly been in, 3 different creator circles I'm in, so other content creators. It's not strictly streamers, but streamers and YouTubers. That it's come up as a discussion. We don't need to say the name of who it was or whatever. I'm not calling out the moderators for being the issue. It's moderation, but it's usually on the platform side. Channel moderation on Twitch is really good. Channel moderation on YouTube's okay. I can't say much about channel moderation on TikTok, because I don't really run into much over there. Like, every once in a blue moon will run into something. Usually most of the times it's people going, hey, could you say, and then I don't say it, and they go, oh, like, so much for being a raisable, streamer and all that. It's just like weird. But with all that said, it's become a big discussion. There was a very large creator on Twitch who will no longer be streaming on Twitch. We don't need to say the name because that's not relevant to the conversation. That's just the catalyst. But their exclusivity contract ran out. And so what they said they're going to do is they're no longer going to be streaming at all on Twitch. At least not that they're planning to on the short term. Instead, they're going to consider going onto YouTube or TikTok or other platforms because they're really upset with the moderation situation here on Twitch. That they feel like Twitch is trying, but ultimately that, there's a lot of problems. And to be fair, they're not wrong that Twitch is trying and there's still a lot of problems. But, my personal view, I should say, not belief, my personal view is, having been on all three platforms, that honestly Twitch might have the best of the moderation of the three that I just mentioned. I definitely find YouTube tends to be the most directly hostile. But it's one of those things that it kind of feels like the person doesn't realize how rough moderation has gotten kind of on all the things just over time. Okay, so let's grab this last thing of fertilizer and bring it back. But it's kind of triggered the discussion about like moderation on a whole bunch of different platforms, and it's a very difficult thing to tackle as a platform. So we're not talking like individual channel moderation. I feel like individual channels do better and worse and all that. But like as a platform, when you have people who are like truly awful, and you have like site-wide bans, those kind of things, that I don't feel like any platform does it well. There's certainly ones who do it better and worse than others. But it is also one of those things that, as far as tackling it, becomes very complicated because, it's not a paid-for platform and all that. So you hop on, if you get a site-wide ban, you make a new account, and you hop on, and the only thing is the inconvenience of setting up a new account, which is a pretty low barrier to entry. And that, generally speaking, there are levers that websites can use to help mitigate some of that, but they have side effects that are bad. So you have like the auto mod kind of stuff that the side effects relatively minor. It's a little disruptive sometimes, and like it just means the moderation team has to be like, okay, like that kind of thing. So it's one of those things that, yeah, false positives a lot, but when it does false positive, it's a mild inconvenience, is as bad as it gets. But then you've got other stuff out there, like you can do, IP address bans, which is where you ban based on what's effectively the phone number of the computer. The thing is, those aren't necessarily set in stone. They change. And then there's other side effects you run into where there's been stories of where you'd have, like, a college dormitory, and you'd have someone, selling gold in World of Warcraft, and then getting an IP ban, and the entire dormitory being on the same IP address just because of how the network's set up. And suddenly the entire dormitory no longer is allowed to access it. So, innocent people are caught in the middle kind of thing. And then you've got MAC address bans, which is, there is a hardware ID on your network card called a MAC address, which is a 16-digit hexadecimal number, and in theory, those should always be unique, but in practice, not so much. So someone gets banned on their hardware MAC address, and then someone else at another entirely different location now can't access it either, so there's problems with that. they could do stuff like flag the ban in your browser's cookies, but just clear your cache and it's gone. Like, that's the easiest one to clear. But there's all these things that they have to figure out, because the whack-a-mole thing kind of sucks. Like, if you remember, for a while there was the this would go back almost, yeah, that's the thing, all of these you can bypass. You can IP spoof and you can MAC address spoof. But the point I would say here is that then limits the number of people who can do like the super trolley stuff to the people who at least take the time to figure out the tech enough to do that. So all of these would be mitigation strategies that a savvy enough person would absolutely be able to bypass. But that's kind of anytime you're dealing with any nefarious behavior, whether it's just being a jerk or criminal or whatever, there's no solving, there's just mitigation. So every hurdle you add that people have to climb over to do the thing you don't want them doing is going to result in some number of people going, never mind, or just not figuring it out. But it's also those things that, then again, you have the side effects. And then another tool that people can use is what's known as shadow banning. Which all shadow banning is when you have a normal banning system, you hit the button and the person gets a screen that says, yo, you're not allowed to access this. You know, get out. Shadow banning is they kind of have you not on the platform but don't really let you know. And there's different ways they do it. So, like, for example, if there was the equivalent of shadow banning for this channel, that maybe what would happen is if you were shadow banned, you would say stuff in chat, but it wouldn't actually show up in chat. And so, like, you got in trouble, you got shadow banned, and now you can't, like, you're kind of sat there where you no longer have as much of ability to negatively impact people. Or you might do the redeems and they just not happen, or that kind of thing. Which, you know, of course, after a while, you'd be like, oh, you know, I'm shadow banned. Okay, I understand. Once people are aware that's a thing. But there's an indication of it? Yeah. That's the thing. So people know right away. Well, yeah, so that's the thing. People have, you know, figure it out, but it's again one of those things that for every additional thing that's a mitigation strategy you do, it does make it so you're reducing the amount of harm they can do in that time. Because, like, a lot of people... Oh, yeah, no, what I'm talking about... Yeah, so there's not shadow banning on Twitch that I'm aware of. That's not a thing, but it's just a tool they could potentially use. So, what you could do is, if, as I mentioned, if you did shadow banning where they weren't able to participate in chat, it'd be easily detectable if they have a second account, because they would have the second account logged in just watching, and when they see that their message doesn't show up, then they would know that, like, oh, okay, I'm shadow banned. And then they know to spin up account. But it can create a delay between when someone's been banned and when they figure it out, to then, you know, do what they have to do to spin up a second account. So for that little bit of time, they, you know, their harm they're trying to cause is just going out into the void and not affecting anyone. But there's lots of negative implications with shadow ban as well. You've seen Twitch shadow ban one while using a VPN? I haven't heard of Twitch using shadow ban at all. That'd be one of those things I would, I'd definitely want to see evidence myself before I'd be likely to believe it. Because usually that's one of those things that once a platform starts doing shadow bans, it very quickly gets around that they do it. And there's also, like, different tiers to shadow banning. Like, I don't remember what game it was. It was a, I want to say it was one of the Battle Royale style games. Was that or a MOBA? I can't remember. It was one of the two of them. That they started setting up their shadow ban where basically, if you were someone who they detected that you were cheating, or if you were saying, like, you know, stuff that would get you banned normally, like racially discriminatory stuff, that kind of stuff, that they're like, yeah, that's not allowed, they wouldn't give you a notification. What they'd do is they'd flag your account, and yeah, exactly as Uche is saying, they would flag your account, and they would only have you play with other people who were flagged, which means if you were someone who was cheating, you got put in your own special queue with only other people who were cheating and being racist and being awful. So it was also kind of funny because what ended up happening with it was there was a reporter, I think it was a reporter, either a reporter or a blog or whatever, who was reviewing the game as like, man, this game is terrible. Like everywhere we go, there was like nothing but all of these, it's just like rife with cheaters and all of these like really awful people and all that kind of stuff. And the game came out, I was like, yeah, we shadow ban for people like that, and not gonna say anything, but if you're seeing nothing but this kind of stuff, you're on the list. So, do you need to come clean on anything? And it was a game that like a bunch of people were then. It's like, no, actually, like I play a lot of these games and this one's pretty tame. It's like, I don't know what lobbies you're getting into. And that's when they're like, yeah, we shadow ban this. And they explain the process and all that. Because, you know, they were getting bad PR from the individual that supposed their game was a cesspool, and then they walked through what was actually going on, and it made again, I can't remember if they were a journalist or a blogger or what their deal was, but it made them look real bad. Because like, hey man, you got put in the timeout with the naughty children. What were you doing? I like that method. It doesn't work the same when you're talking about a platform like Twitch and Twitter and those kind of things, because it kind of becomes an echo chamber of awful. But for games, it's good because it also means it takes a little while for the person to realize they've been put in timeout. Things. Those are the kind of things on social platforms allowed hate to grow. Right, that's the whole thing. For like video games, putting people in nothing but garbage lobbies until they realize they've been put in the corner. And again, that's including cheaters who would like use God mode and all that kind of stuff. So it takes people a while to realize they're put in this other one. You know, eventually you start to realize like, oh, all my games are awful. But at the same time, you might run into that one other cheater and think you're put in like the timeout group and, you know, go out of your way because it was a paid game, if I remember correctly. So as well as things that they go on to just buy another account because they thought they were in the naughty bin even though they weren't. Because they ran to like that one or two other people who just made a new account. It was excellent. I really appreciate that. It says, I mean, YouTube shows similar content. You click on one video, raises like podcasts, and boom, it's terrible recommendations. Well, that's the thing that I was getting frustrated with a lot of stuff. So, like, you know, I advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. So when I see people, more so in the past, when I'd see people making, like, really bad takes on stuff like Twitter and that, before, you know, I realized you're just feeding their engagement, I would sit there and be like, hey, you know, here's what you're saying, this is why that is problematic, and yada yada. You know, I'd try and, because some people, they genuinely don't realize. Even when they're saying something truly awful, they genuinely just, you know, they didn't rub a handful of brain cells together and figure it out. And so you're like, okay, like, let me go and assume innocence until, you know, like, assume incompetence, not malice, until, you know, they've demonstrated it's very clearly malice. And I would sit there and be like, hey, this is a problem because, yeah, this, and this. And because of how the algorithms work on places like Twitter, it just meant the moment I engaged one of that is what my Twitter feed was all those awful takes. Because, like, you engaged this, clearly you wanted more of it. And so, like, my professional Twitter, the garbage I was seeing on there was absolutely horrible. And it's because technically I engaged in the awful content by turning around and, like, being like, hey, this is a problematic take because XYZ. You know, here's where your assumptions are incorrect. Here's where you're kind of really stretching you know, and here's my sources. Like, I'd actually do it. And I actually, to be fair, I actually had a number of people who, when I did that, they would turn around and be, you know, be like, oh, well, thank you. I didn't realize that. And a lot of them would delete their post down. Or some of them who would turn around and they would have a respond to their own post and be like, hey, you know, I've heard, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, like, that kind of thing. I'm keeping this up to, you know, just to show that, like, I'm not trying to hide. Like, I said this, it was wrong. You know, and then you'd have people who are just jerks about it, which generally got worse over time. But it was one of those things that it just, you know, you would have individuals who had strong stances against others. We're not going to say any... Yeah, you'd have the double downers, exactly. And then they'd say all sorts of awful things to you as well. But it was just with the algorithm, it would serve up those kind of things, and it would serve up the people who are just awful. Like, the kind of people who are like, oh, I need to report this to law enforcement because this person is actually presenting themselves as a credible threat to other people and that kind of thing. It's like, I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, no, nowadays I've come to realize that deliberately stirring the pot is a growth strategy, and a very effective one, unfortunately, with how social networks and these various platforms work. That giving the hot take that gets a whole bunch of people upset kind of does a double whammy so far as how it's engaged with, because you'll have all the ones who agree with you on your hot take being like, yeah, I'm glad someone will finally say out loud the things. And then you have those who are like, no, that's really wrong. Like, it's provably wrong. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself. And then the issue is for the algorithm to like, look at all these people are clicking on this and leaving comments and all that. Because it doesn't really have a barometer between, is this a good comment or is this a bad comment? It's like, what I mean by that is the person responding, they're responding to be like, hey, this is messed up, don't say this, or hey, like this is a comment of value or whatever. It's not like on platforms they have like the up-down vote, and up, you know, makes it happy with the algorithm and down makes it sad with the algorithm. Both the up and the down are up as far as the engagement metrics, so it favors both of it, because there's no down on Twitter. And this isn't exclusively Twitter I'm talking about. It's a lot of platforms. I actually appreciate platforms that do the up and down. I know it can be abused where you can have a large group of people grouped together to bully stuff down. And that is a problem. The review bombing thing that happens on Steam, which on one hand is sometimes well deserved, where a game comes out that is just, you know, it was a scam, it doesn't run, it has all these problems, and then all the reviews get absolutely destroyed. And it'll be like, this game is being review bombed. It's like, no, it's being reviewed properly. Like, people are pissed off they spent money on a non-working game. That's just being reviewed. And then you'll have individuals who will pop in and go, this game features a strong female protagonist, and therefore it makes my insecurities hurt, and I am going to negatively review it because it makes me have to contemplate my own issues. I don't want to feel. And all that kind of garbage. I'm going to try and get away with this. I don't think we're going to. No, we're not going to get away with it. I was literally like, nah, it's going to be off. We'll just do the last pass and a thin pass. Starfield pronoun guy. Man, talk about a nothing argument. Like, okay, people getting upset because they're into an IP, and the main, like, you have a different main character who they don't align with. Alright, I get you being upset. I don't agree with it, but at least I understand, like, why. And then you have a game where it's like, you can choose the way your character presents, and you can choose the way they're referred as two separate decisions. And the person throwing a fit over it. And you're like, dude, just, if you want to choose a masculine character, and have them referred to as he, it's there. No one's taking that from you. Literally, none of this impacts you in any way. Like, all you have to do is not choose the other options if it bothers you. That's like, there's been a couple games now that you'll have, you know, they'll have like the difficulty settings for a game, and they'll have like the story mode settings, which is like, yeah, you know, either you can bypass combat or like the combat's like really toned down, so you just kind of go through the combat, because sometimes there's story in the combat itself. Alright, you have yourself a good shower. Thank you so much for lurking. But like you'll have like the story mode thing where it's like who people who just want the story, like they're not really into the game's gameplay itself or whatever. That's just not their jam. And you'll have a bunch of people get upset. It's like, yo, we're just gonna give this to people who want to play baby mode and all that. We should be able to have the story free version, which I mean that exists. That's what stuff like Battle Royale is, and survival wave game is. It's like, what if we just didn't bother with the story? But like I remember people getting all bent out of shape over that someone would dare suggest that you should be allowed to completely skip combat in games if you wanted. It's like, all right, man, if that bothers you, here's an easy thing. Don't choose the setting. Or it's like the person who they turned on every single accessibility setting a game had, like all of them together, and then played the game one-handed, and they were like, man, this game is easy, it's lame. And everyone rightfully called it. I was like, yeah, you basically turned off everything the game could do because they made the game accessible, and then you complained that, you know, you were able to play the game in that setup. And they had it broken down all sorts of different stuff that, you know, like if you had visual impairments, you'd turn this setting on. If you had, you know, physical, like motor skill impairments, you could turn that on. And they had like different branches of it. I don't like people like that. Because it's effectively trying to make games worse for a bunch of people who need those settings. Because, like, either one, you're just trolling, which is usually the answer. They're just trolling to get clicks. But just really kind of a thing. It's really a shame that we have to deal with that. Alright, so we do need to lime these two fields, which I forgot to do the other time. Now we're about doing a perfect job. I'm going to have to get more lime as well. Alright. But yeah, I don't know. I get bothered by people complaining about having choices. Because it's just as easy to say, if you don't like the choice, don't make it. Like, if you don't like the setting, turn it off. It's easy. And it hurts no one. Yeah. Positonic saying, accessibility and difficulty options are always a good thing. Agreed. And I've come to accept that more and more, especially, like, not even, like, obviously the accessibility thing is important to me because, you know, I've spoken about the fact that I have a lot of people I know who have a lot of accessibility needs. And it's just kind of a useful thing. It's one of the things I've advocated for a long time. Not specifically in gaming, but just broadly. Like in tech and whatnot. and then with like difficulty settings. And there's people who feel that if you allowed a game to have an easier difficulty or whatever, why would you not turn off? There you go. That like suddenly it ruins like the sanctity of the game, that you have destroyed what the game is. How dare you? It's like, look, man, why are you being this way, game? I know it's me hitting the wrong controls, but I'm like having a weird time with it. And I just don't agree with it. Because like even the games that I've got a reputation for being really good at, like Project Zomboid, I've mentioned there are days in Project Zomboid that, you know, I'm known for playing at absurdly difficult settings, and there's days I want to do that, and then there's also me as the same player. There's days, you know what I want to do? I want to turn down the difficulty and just slap some zombies around for a little while, and not have to put a lot of effort into it. And if there's no difficulty settings, I don't get to do that. I get stuck with only playing it on, you know, sweaty time. And like, you think about games out there that you might play that are challenging, and that, you know, some days you're just not in the mood for the challenge, but it does not have difficulty settings. What that means is you don't play the game. That's what that means. You just, today is not a day to play the game. And everyone has those days. Like, you'll have the day that you've had a nice relaxing day. You're like, you know what, let's do some difficult stuff. Let's make me work for it. And that's good. And then there's days where you went to your work, it was just not a good day. Like, it was stressful, you had to deal with like just all sorts of nonsense. You just really are exhausted, but you're not like sleepy. And you're like, you know what? I just want to play a relaxing game and not deal with anything right now. And those are not the days that you go and spin up, you know, whatever your preference so far as like MOBAs or Battlegrounds or like super difficult, you know, games, because that's how you have a bad time, is you just rage on the game because you're already not in a good headspace, and then you play something that's going to push your buttons. And like, I enjoy my games to be on the more difficult side of things, but there's definitely a time for it and a time not for it. And having those options means you also get the option to tweak things as you want. Alright. We're going to have to go and top off our lime. Alright. Let's see, Enoch said, what a busy day. I banned 14 people today and gave out 42 timeouts. And as you know, 42 is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Mm-hmm. It very much feels like when you are streaming that the moderation stuff you have to do does seem to come in waves. That you'll have like, and it depends on the size of your channel and the nature of the content, that sometimes you have to deal with more and less. But it does feel like you'll have, you know, a bunch of days with no problem, and then one day that you like knock out 5 people because it's just, I don't know, something's in the water or whatever. Just people are just not being reasonable or whatever. Because we, like, that was the one day in SnowRunner this past week. I think we ended up banning 3 people in one day, which might be a record. So far as, like, actual people and not, like, bots and stuff like that. Like, and none of it was, like, the very overt stuff that's like, oh, this person's being racist, like that kind of thing. It was just people being generally abrasive. Right? The one guy, that one guy's so annoying. Oh yeah. So I missed this. Let's catch that. It's extremely rare that having options is a bad thing. An example I'm familiar with and close with is Kerbal Space Program. Many want the game to have life support and survival as a stock feature, but the devs are not keen as they see it as a barrier to accessibility of the game. But those that want life support ask for it to be an option that can be turned on and off. The same as how re-entry heating is currently a feature that can be turned on and off. Yeah, not there's definitely a thing to say, especially with like development and all that kind of stuff. That there's something to say about the investment in time to implement new features and all that. But at the same time, like if it's not a major time investment, which it probably would be, but if it's not a major time investment, then you can kind of justify it being like, okay, you know, we can knock this out, no big deal. Frank, the one guy's annoying. Yeah, I do have a tendency to give people the benefit of the doubt, unless it's something like really obvious, like a person drops in and the very first thing they say is like a racial slur, or, you know, something very, you know, first time chatter, transphobic stance, you know, like whatever, like when it's very clear that they came in with the one and only intent to cause problems. But if it's anything in between where someone's, you know, they've been talking for a while and then they say something that's like a little not great, you're like, hey man, could you not? So I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt a lot of times. Most of the times, that doesn't pan out. But I try to. Because it's kind of one of those things, there's a lot of people who don't realize the issues with what they're doing, saying, whatever. Or because they're always met directly with, you said the thing, immediate hostile response, that they feel kind of like justified in it because, you know, those people were mean or whatever. So I do try and counter that, and that doesn't mean people have to accept them into your spaces and all that. First of all, the way to look at, you know, channels and all that, it's not our channel. It's like, or it's not we all make the rules together. It's kind of like, this is quote-unquote my house, my rules. I live here. Everyone else is visiting, and while they're all welcome, you know, if someone starts flinging poop around, you're gonna get kicked out. As is appropriate. Rual dictatorship, absolutely. I've had people try to argue with me that, like, they're like, oh, you know, I don't think you should be moderating in this way. And it's like, cool, you don't get a say in it. It's like, it's cool that you don't agree. It doesn't mean anything. But, you know, good for you. I keep hitting the bin. I don't even get what you're saying there, Darth. Yeah, it's like, I don't understand what you're even saying there. Yeah, we don't need to let that one through auto mod. Like, very genuinely, when things like, I don't get that one. But it's also like the same, like when people respond with hostility, I'll usually just emulation. It's the clever way of saying dictator. Oh, you're trying to go with potato. I see. Yeah. Except now you're just saying something that Automod is going to jump on every time, and I'm going to probably leave on Automod jumping on every time. So, it's like clever coding. Clever coding is that thing when you're new to being a software developer. You're like, I did some clever code there. Did you see it? I did that in a new and unique and clever way to get that to work. It's great. I saved a line of code. And then every senior developer is like, you take that crap out right now, and record, you know, do it the way you're supposed to do this. I don't care that you saved a line of code, because clever codes ends up being bad. Because it ends up being less maintainable and all that kind of stuff. Clever is often not a good thing. George says, so many times you see unbanned requests blaming overzealous moderators for them to get banned. And you look, and not only was it the streamer banned them, it was very clear why they were banned. Yeah, I don't get that many unban requests. Most of them aren't worth reading. Most of them, it's not a person trying to get unbanned at all. It is just a person who said something bad. I was like, you know, hey, cut it out. They doubled down. And then I gave them like a final warning. Or they said something that was like so over the top, they're like, absolutely not. Do not pass go. That kind of thing. But yeah, I think we've only permitted 1 or 2 unban requests. I had one person who, like, what they said, it's like, okay, like, alright, I'll let it, like, I'll give you another shot. They didn't come back. I unbanned them and they didn't come back at all, so it didn't matter. And then the other one was very genuinely a mistake. That, it was posted that in context was okay. Out of context looked really, really bad. Really, really bad. So it was one of those things that it got caught by a moderator out of context, and they saw what looked like someone spamming a slur and were like, nope. And it was like a words on stream thing, and the word had a second not problematic meaning that the individual didn't know about and was confused why words on stream wasn't accepting it. At least that's the way I remember. It was something that the word was problematic by itself, but words on stream, it also had a non-problematic version as well. And AutoMod was just lighting up in a big way. But yeah, so that one, it was like, oh, yeah, no, we'll go ahead and let that, yeah, it was a mistake. I still think one of the ridiculous one was, what was it? Like, I didn't remember what the person did at the first part, but they're just being a jerk, so we ended up banning them. And in their unban request is they're like, you know, I thought torturing streamers is fun. Please unban. And I'm like, why would I agree to this? You've not said, hey, I'm sorry, or hey, I've learned my lesson, or hey, I won't do it again. You're like, they're basically like, I enjoy being a jerk is kind of what they were saying. Please unban. I'm like, why would I agree to that? What kind of argument is this? I mean, I guess it's honest, but, you know. That doesn't necessarily make it a good idea. We'd have a horrible time trying to get this back out of here. Yeah, not some. Oh, yeah, so, you can remember 2 people in chat having multiple warnings, before banning them. Even pointed out to them that the streamer's attitude was if they feel a need Let's see. If you'll need a warning, just ban them. Those out in a limb anyways. Yeah. No, that was, where you're saying, like, a lot of times the unbanned requests were more abusive and toxic than the initial behavior. That is unfortunately not uncommon. I would say there's a decent number of times when I get an unban or I get an unban request. It has nothing to do with the person being unbanned. Like, the person will say something that was like gray area, borderline transphobic, and it'll say, "Hey, like that's not okay. Like, you know, don't say that." And then they'll go over that fence to like just being full on, and we'll immediately ban them. And then the unbanned request will be like maximum number of characters permitted, and it'll just be them like cussing you out, calling you all sorts of like slurs and all that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, no, that's that person's gone. We'll just go ahead and report them to Twitch and watch your whole account get, you know, suspended, which does happen a lot more than people realize. It is one of the things I've actually been trying to encourage more creators to do, is when you run into those things that are TOS violations, so, you know, being overtly like racist or misogynistic or transphobic or those things, that breaks TOS, report them for it. A lot of times they get suspended. You got death threats in Twitch chats on multiple occasions, and then had the mods say that one of those people literally threatened me again in the unban request. Yeesh. Like, and we're not even talking like gray area, we're talking about like people who legitimately are awful. You can't quote Blazing Saddles on here. I don't really know Blazing Saddles that well, so... Anyways, it's been a rough day. Lost half a tooth. Can't wait to be bothered with it for a long time because of other reasons. Oof. Lost half a tooth? I'm sorry, I have been there. I had a... It wasn't a wisdom tooth, but it was one of, like, the molars back there that I had a dentist do a bad job on a crown, and the tooth on the other side of it, a number of years later, got damaged, like split because they just did a crap job on it. I had a lot of work I had to have done there. Yeah, I don't wish that on anyone. That sucks. I do hope, however is appropriate to get it resolved, they get that sorted. Because dental pain is one of those just straight up awful. It'll take a long time to get that issue resolved. The broken tooth. Yeah, no, it's Oh, Blazing Saddles has quite a bit of slurs. Ah, I understand. I'll just get it removed. Well, I mean, that was the first step of my process was getting the bad tooth yoinked. And then I ended up getting it implanted. So it was yoink the bad. Well, I mean, first of all, I was traveling, so I couldn't even get it taken care of right away. So I had to deal with it. You know, just traveling and all, which was great on a plane, having pressure differences agitating it. But let's see if you can actually handle this, driver. Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, no, that would definitely not pass muster. But yeah, so no, I was traveling, visiting Tomb's folks with her when it happened, and so it was rough. But got back, then, you know, they extracted the tooth, which that's never fun. And then eventually they turned around and they put a screw into my jawbone to do an implant and all that, so I had to go through all that, so it was a big hassle. Let's see, the problem with the tooth is complicated. There was no free appointments to any dentists in your area for like the next 2 months. Not that it matters, because you don't have the money to fix it anyways. That's not fun. Yeah. That's kind of what led to some of my problems was, out of high school, being a broke college student, I had lots of minor dental stuff coming up. because of just... It wasn't that I didn't have decent dental care, like I was brushing and flossing and all that, but I was drinking lots and lots and lots of stuff like Mountain Dew, which is just acid bathing your teeth all day long. So it kind of doesn't matter if you're, doing a good job brushing and flossing, if you're just basically keeping your teeth soaking in acid all the time. So it decalcified a bunch of my teeth, which is not the same thing as like when you start like getting a cavity, but it weakens the teeth, especially along the gum line. So I end up spending a lot of money and time and pain later on undoing that damage. You were saying offensive material to the partner and ask why he is threatening my life? No, it is like that's I genuinely wish that it was not acceptable in any form, even as a joking manner for like most, like obviously when you're playing video games, you're like, I'm gonna get you in the video game, whatever. But I wish it was just one of those things that was like a mass taboo of when you would sit there and say like, oh, I'm gonna get you, like, I'm not gonna say the full word because people take it out of context, clip it, whatever. But like, the I'm gonna get you in a harmful, like dangerous kind of way, that was just seen, like that enough was seen as like, oh, this is not acceptable. Like just, this is straight up not acceptable. You say that to a coworker, your job's done. You say that to, someone in your community, the rest of the community is like, basically like, this is not okay. And that kind of stuff in like email or office or like, on Twitch or Twitter and that, sending someone a threatening email or whatever, that's just it. They're done on the platform. No passco, not coming back. Because to me, it's like, well, was it a credible threat? Did they have the means? Did they give specifics? Like they're like reach the point of where law enforcement would get involved? I'm sorry, it's like, nah, you made a threat against someone else. You're off the platform. Get out of here. You're not wanted. Like, that's just, get out. No one wants to deal with that. No one should have to deal with that. Let's see, Enoch says, it annoys me a little bit extra because you pay for healthcare, but most doctors, including the dentists, just moved to the private sector because of the low wages in the public one, but you're not going to go farther than that. Too political. Yeah. We don't have those problems here because we don't have the option of public. Which we won't dig into because that'll get too political. But at least there's no pain yet? Well, I mean, I obviously don't know how your split was. For me, it was a molar, so you have your tooth. My split was right down the middle. Nerve wide open and saying hello. There was a lot of pain. Then the nerve died. And then there wasn't pain. But that first couple weeks, it felt like my whole side of my face was just like glowing in pain. Oh, it was terrible. That was part of the reason I didn't end up, like, the two reasons I didn't end up going to the dentist for a long while was, one, that dentist who did that, who was obviously wrong when I got it, and I complained about it, and was like, whatever. I had a really good dentist who retired, and that was the person who took over for him, and he was terrible. So I didn't have another practice I'd already figured out I liked, and I was just salty about that. And then, broke college student, I couldn't afford it, so I didn't have an option at all. But yeah, so it was one of those things, and that went for a while. And then I got really good dental insurance with a job I had taken. I'm like, you know what? I need to work on this. Like, I know my teeth have problems. I need to get this dealt with, or it's gonna be a major issue later. We're not gonna worry about trying to finish liming the field. I'm being pretty short on money. So I'm pushing my luck there. We got most of the field done. It's fine. Yeah, we missed a spot. It's not gonna get the full output. But my concern is if I fill this thing back up, we're gonna basically wipe ourselves out. And I still need the money to be able to get the worker to do the work and all that. And you never know when there's going to be something you're missing. If we did run into a problem, I can drop off some of the greenhouse goods and all that we've got. Oh, we need to repair. That'll be the kind of stuff that adds up as all these repairs. But yeah, so it was just one of those things that, you know, broke college student and just having like had a really bad dental experience. I didn't go to the dentist for a while. And it wasn't until I got a job that like had like really good dental insurance as part of the benefits that it's like, you know, like part of my big medical package and all that includes really good dental. I'm paying for this. I'm gonna dang well get my money's worth out of it. And just started the very slow process of fixing all of the issues. Hi.
Hi, husband. I'm heading down.
Mm-hmm. Are you getting sleepy? Are you getting responsible?
Yes.
Excellent.
Hi, Lucy.
I love you too. If you're writing down.
Oh gosh. Hi, the very last sardine. Hi, Captain Insanity. Hi, Dark Dragos. Hi, Jay Walker. Hi, again, the very last sardine. Hi, Infinity Simplex.
If you're going down, you're taking your bowl down. You can grab mine.
You're not gonna eat it?
I mean, I ate a huge amount of pasta, and now it's all like cold and congealed. I appreciate it. Love you too. Thank you.
Bye, Chatsy.
I did the thing that when you haven't made spaghetti in forever, and you go, how much pasta do I need? And you either don't put even remotely enough and everyone goes hungry, or you put in biblical immense amounts of pasta and you go, oh my god, how did I make this much pasta? We were in the second category. We started out with the reasonable bowls. I probably should have shown it, but we started out with like the normal like bowl you might put spaghetti in or plate or whatever, and it was like mounded on just the pasta, and there was still extra left. And Tim goes, hang on, and grabs like 2 serving bowls, and we put it in the serving bowls instead, and brought it up here. It was good, but it was definitely I ate to the point I'm like, my stomach hurts. I'm done. This is too much pasta. But it was just like spaghetti, so you know, that extra pasta that went to waste was like pennies. But it was definitely like, oh, I have made entirely too much. So cool. So we've got the fields limed, we've got them fertilized, we've got them cultivated. I still need to... You can actually sit right there. We'll back this up. Okay. So I still need to get the water for the sheep. And then tomorrow is seeds... Actually, hold, please. We will... grab the giant cedar and get it prepped. He says, I don't mind extra pasta as long as I can finish it the next day. But you always make 2 different sauces, so there's variety. Alright, Eunuch, you take care, and I do hope, you know, the tooth gets resolved and all the other stuff you got going on. I hope things go good for you. Alright, because what I'm going to do with this is we're going to go ahead and fill this up for tomorrow so it's all ready to rock and roll. Because this is our brand new monster of a cedar. Considering it's putting entire full containers of seeds in that storage in one pass. That's pretty impressive. So 3,000 liters of seeds. And then we're getting the solid fertilizer in there as well, because this will do both the fertilizer and the seeds in one go. I mean, honestly, I might... It might be time to actually, not right this second, but it might be going to be time to buy the building that lets you get seeds, like the big bin, because of how many seed canisters it takes to fill this up. All right, so that is primed and ready to rock and roll. Where's the choke point in our production line now? Harvester. The harvester is absolutely our choke point at this point. There's a very good chance I'm going to need to sell off some stuff early this season. Because I still gotta pay my employee wages and all that. Do we still have the tiny one? Nah, I sold it. So that greenhouse is dealt with. Oh wait, never mind. I probably won't need to sell a bunch of extra stuff early. Because what's going to happen here is next in-game day, I sell our wool, and that'll be it'll be a little over 10,000 most likely, because we got more wool this year than we did last year. So that should be enough to cover our wages for our people, for the next season, because that's the thing I got to worry about, is paying the workers. Now, granted, I should have to pay them way less this year than last year, because they're going to need way less time to finish their job. Sweet, we still had 2% left. I was like, don't make me do another trip to top you off. All right. Okay. Dang, tech advances ruin your income. Oh yeah, if you're someone who likes to dabble in whatever like the latest tech is and all that, yeah, it adds up. Early adopter stuff especially will get you. How you doing, Happy Sheep? You are at pinnacle of health. No sheep has ever been as healthy as these sheep. These sheep are at 100% health.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Vest.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Giving subs to Vest, TX, Murda Psycho.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to TX Murda Psycho.
Soko Spartan, and Mina Onyx, as well as Corkmas. So thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Soko Spartan.
And for all those who got subs, congratulations on your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Miana Onyx.
And Darth Dragos dropping
Thank you,
500 biddies.
1812 for gifting a sub to Corkmas.
Dropping 500 biddies. Kicking off a hype train. That does mean a whole heck of a lot. As a reminder, we are doing our push for the Plus program. And for those who aren't familiar with what that is, it is a thing that if we are successful, will make it so I no longer get a 50-50 split of the... Sorry, of a, I'm trying to split my thoughts between two things. It will mean I'll no longer get a 50-50 split of subs given to the channel. Instead, I will get a 60-40 split in my favor.
Hype hype.
Thank you for the 300 biddies, Randall Thor. But, so for the next couple of months, the thing you can do to help the channel the most more than anything else is to either be subbed if you're not subbed. If you're a Prime Game sub, to upgrade to a tier 1 or more, or upgrade your subs. And thank you for the extra 20 biddies. For those who don't know what I'm going on about that, basically, the way I qualify is I have to get 100 plus points. But the only thing that qualifies for a plus point are subs you pay for yourself. Gifted subs don't count, bits don't count, all that doesn't count. By all means, I'm still very thankful for gifty subs and all that kind of good stuff. But, like, if you're planning on throwing extra money at the channel, consider upgrading your sub over other things, because that'll help me so much more. Because we hit 100 plus points for the next 3 months. It's like me getting an extra full month's income at the end of the year. That's how big a deal it ends up being. So that is a big push. Is that working? I can't tell. Oh, I had the wrong crop set. I was like, why are you not? I didn't change it to sorghum. Okay, this is gonna be much better. There we go. You do your thing, AI. All right, let's go grab the wool and all that. But thank you so much for all that support. But yeah, so it is a thing that I am pushing for the next 3 months to try and convince people to upgrade or sub as much as possible. Just help push us over that line.
Hey, I'm trying to sleep over. Mind keeping the choo-choos down.
Thank you, Ianek, for the 100 biddies. And go to sleep. But it's super appreciated. Oh, wow, it's much bigger? Uh-huh. It's 3 times the size, and it goes faster. And it's also doing a round of fertilizer at the same time. So not only is it doing the seeding faster, it's also saving me an entire pass of fertilizer. And we're up to a level 3 hype train, so thank you so much for that.
Yay. Ooh woo 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 woo.
Well said. And thank you, Seji Cookie, for the 100 biddies. We'll have to see when the hype train is done. I gotta make sure we figure out how many subs and how many bits happened for the hype train, so I know how many Legos I owe. Because for every sub, it's 1 Lego piece. For every 100 biddies, it's another Lego piece.
Yay. Hi and bye at Eonek, go sleep already lol.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for 100 biddies, telling Eonek to go to sleep already. You need to get more biddies. Yeah. Eonek doing the roll tired. Well, the roll outie, whatever it is. Oh, and as a reminder, I forgot to mention at the beginning of stream, we did get those... we did get the extra 6 emotes this past week. So there are 6 new emotes on the channel that we didn't have before. So we've got like a bonk emote, a farmer emote, an astronaut emote, a chill emote. I'm probably going to go in and edit the chill emote myself to make the I forget what you call it, where you have like the lay down chair. I'm probably gonna change that to be a different color so it stands out a little bit better. We also have like a run emote, which I find highly amusing. Yeah, it's a beach chair, but there's a special name for it. And I'm blanking on what the name, which is sad because a lounge chair, that's the one I'm looking for. An ooh emote? I do not have an ooh emote. Yeah, so it's like, it's not bad. I think I just need to make like a little bit of adjustments so it's a little bit more obvious what you're looking at. I think changing the lounge chair to be a darker color would work. Now, granted, the bummer with that is lounge chairs usually don't come in darker colors because they're usually out in the sun, where you definitely don't want them to be a dark color because, oh my god, can they get hot. Okay, and since we're here, patch up, maybe stripes, but yeah, it's one I don't think I'll have to go bother the artist. I think I'll just go through and make some adjustments to it, just because it's like it's not a gradient. It's kind of like a two-tone thing, so I can just replace the colors and it should go smoothly. I did used to do computer graphics way back in college. Because that's actually, I know I've told people who've been here for a while before, I started my degree as a computer graphics animator. So, like, you know, cinematics you'd see in games, movies, that kind of stuff. And then I realized I absolutely hated when people told me what to draw. So I stopped doing that and instead went to just more of an IT degree, which wound up being the right answer for me for a whole bunch of reasons that I didn't know at the time. But yeah. Well, you can do a muted white, so it'll stand out on a dark mode. Well, that's the challenge. Right now, it's like a white and a light gray. I think I have to make it dark enough that it's contrast against the character. And then the character has like the little cucumber slices on that. I'm wondering if I could adjust those to be darker as well. Like maybe just make them a darker green so they stand out a little bit more. And I think if I did that, it would stand out. I could see potentially making it like a sky blue might work. And thank you, Dragos, for another 500 biddies. I really do appreciate that. I don't know if those biddies got counted in the end or not. Because it says we've done, I think they did, 5 subs and 1,600 or 1,620 biddies. So that'd be 21 Lego pieces. Yeah, you can barely see the cucumbers on the 27-inch. Yeah, so I'm thinking if I make the lounge chair like maybe a sky blue or like, you know, like an aqua or something like that, that might make it enough of a difference from the character that it'd still show up on both light and dark mode Twitch. And then go to the cucumbers, and even though cucumbers aren't really that dark, make them much darker. So, like, at least they stand out. I might try doing that. So while this is going here, I'm going to try turning back on my Lego camera to do the 21 pieces I owe. Now, earlier when I did it, the Lego camera decided not to work, so I had to, like, hold it up here. We'll see. I'll probably have to switch cameras and do the thing where I deactivate. Hi! Zoom? Why are you zoomed in from orbit? Hang on. That's not the zoom it was at. So let's just go like this. So bear with me. Something's happened and it's zoomed way in more than it's supposed to be. Okay, so that's the bottom of the scene. That should be good. Alright. Okay, so let me go ahead. We're a little letterboxed. One moment, we're just a little bit letterboxed in this side because we hit the edge of that. Cool. Alright, let me go ahead and get the 21 Legos sorted out, and I will get this going. And I do apologize, my voice isn't going to be as clear when I'm doing this because I am behind the microphone. Because my desk is not quite set up for it. I know I say that every time, but it is still true. Hi, Light. I'm not trying to take you out. Okay. Yeah, so for those who missed what we did last, we got this gear here. Like that gear here turns. And we have another, so it's 22 Lego pieces. So thank you for the biddies, Dragos. And we got a bunch of like little stuff I got to do with this. So it's gonna actually be points of pizza that are going to do a bunch of like little maintenance things. That. And then we're gonna double snaps here. So I need to remember I gotta reach past this thing so you can actually see it on the camera. So I am looking here. So I need to go here and put the tube thing facing. Oh, come on. There. And then I need to get the 2 snaps that I grabbed here. And you go where? I love a step that doesn't show where the piece goes. There it goes. Alright, so when you go there. Cool. That's 20 pieces to go. And then all of this is going to go on here. So I need to turn it this way. And then you... Why do both sides have to look kind of the same? Alright, so this... I need to rotate you. And then this whole thing goes like that. And then these should snap in. Where's the other ones? There. So I've got that side done. And I've never seen a piece like that before. Okay. Are you? There you are. And then this snaps there and there, so that there's a swivel now. And it's time to start the next one. Alright, so I need you. Two of those. So that means I have 19 more parts to do. So I grab you. That's not the right piece. That's the right piece. So I grab you, and one of these goes here. And then we do that. So that was 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. Grab those out. $14. 13. Alright, so I need one of those, 2 of these. And we're reaching the point where I'm finally starting to get enough parts out of this bowl that I can actually see what I'm doing here, and not shuffle through it. Need the angled one. So straight one, there should be an angled one somewhere. Bar. We already have a yellow bar out. We're at 13, so 12. 11, 10, 9, 8. Then this goes like this. But that's not right. Needs to go one more. So 8. And another yellow bar. Short gray bar. So then we have 7, 6, 5. Do we go through? Yeah, 5. Alright, so we have this facing this way. Okay. 4. Put the page there. A bunch of these steps have just a bunch of little parts to juggle around. Here's a short gray bar. And that means 3. That goes there. That. And now need 2 of those. That's 2. And you go here. Here, facing which way? Alright, so if we have you facing like that, you go 1. And all parts are counted. Okay, cool. So I've got all those Legos caught up and all that. So thank you so much for all the bits and subs. I'll just try and concuss myself mildly with my light. Don't worry about it. It wasn't that bad, but I did like bang my head with a light when I turned. Are lifetime subs for bots like your own channel chat bot still a thing? Yeah, I need to go in there and get those set up. That's on me. I keep forgetting to do it because it's not super straightforward on where you go, and there's a whole process to it. But I think you only get it's very few, like 1 or 2 or 3 subs is all I get. On the upside, while that's all been happening, this little person here has been just going for it. And to give you the idea of the capacity of this this seeder, we have almost finished the largest of our fields, and we've only used about 1/4 of its capacity. Which is really fantastic. Yeah, let's see. Probably only the chatbot is run like PhantomBot, or no, that's So I don't remember the specific, but we can go and have like an account or 2 get a lifetime sub for the channel. We're not supposed to give it out to other people or stuff like that. Well, as in like just like a regular viewer kind of thing. That the idea behind it is to give it to, you know, like a moderator or someone like that. We have talked about potentially giving it to Tomb. Actually, honestly, I think it would make more sense to give it out to someone like, you know, someone who is moderating the channel regularly. Tomb pops in here and lurks and all that, but She has a lot of other things she's doing at the same time, kind of stuff. So I feel like it'd be better used for her stuff. We could also give to the bot. I don't feel like the bot's actually that necessary to give, like, to give it away to the bot. And the reason is, it's not like the bot cares if it gets hit with an ad or not. It makes no difference. Oh, to be clear, moderators still get stuck with ads and everything. Which is usually a consideration. That's the biggest thing from being subbed and not subbed, is the points and not seeing ads. Oh no, that's about to turn on. I was like, man, it's starting to get stuffy up here. Alright. So you can use channeling modes? Oh, that's fair. That would be a reasonable reason to do it. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah. Generally I would be more apt to, like, if I've got a moderator who's been here for a long time, supporting since like the beginning, that I'd be more likely to give it to someone like them. Because I believe you can take them back if needed. Yeah, let's see. There's one thing that bothers you the most is, imagine a streamer telling a moderator to do something for her, and the moderator can't hear because of ads. Yeah. You can't take them back? Ah, that's... I mean, that's also super annoying, because in that case, like, if you're using one bot for now, and then you go to switch it up, like, that could be a problem. But that said, like, that's the reason I'd have, like, my own bot, and then have whatever bot tool, or my own bot account, and have the bots interact through that. And for viewers, it's one lifetime sub for when you have 50 subscribers. Then it's something like 150 and 250 thing. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly fold this up. I'm gonna top it off with everything we can. We're already, it's not even 10 in game for the day, and we've already finished the largest field we have. Gotcha. Interesting. It does suck that it's like you give them out and that's it, which means like the one I would give to viewers, I would give one to Tomb. In that scenario, like, that would make more sense. Okay, so everything's fully fertilized. It does mention it needs to be weeded. You kind of see the reason for the paywall behind lifetime subs? Yeah. Yeah, no, so I could set one up for Rual bot. And most likely I'd give the other one to Tomb. Which is pretty typical for what a lot of people do with their lifetime subs, is that they have a partner and all that. Like a long-term partner, not someone you've just started dating or have been dating for a little while. Okay. We'll have you deal with the herbicide. You did the right thing by not selling. Oh no, I knew I wasn't gonna sell the old fertilizer trailer because that is my only way to put down lime. But they do not count towards income. You don't get that money for lifetime subs, but I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because that would be weird that like Twitch owes you, you know, let's say it's $250 per lifetime sub or whatever. You have 2 lifetime subs that like one's your bot, one's your partner, and you just don't stream and you're just getting paid $5 a month for no reason. Yeah, that'd be a problem. Little bit of a problem right there. Infinite money hack, you just gotta live forever to make it worthwhile. Cause getting $5 a month, you know, it's not really that good of money. Alright, so I think that's my herbicide behind me there. And they're tier 3 subs? Oh yeah, that'd be even more, because that'd be $50 a month for 2 of them. No, wait, that's not right. It'd be $25 a month. Because it'd be 25 each divided by 2. Because I only get 50%.
Take a sip.
Alright.
What's the worst that could happen?
Just need to top this thing off. I wish the labels on the herbicide versus the fertilizer were a little bit more obvious, because these containers look the exact same between the two. The difference is one is fertilizer and one is herbicide. And it feels like those shouldn't be things that you have to be like, which container am I looking at right now? Okay. That wink and that sip emote might be inappropriate for some channels, since winks are banned from many channels. For good reasons, though. Oh, I see what you're saying. You own stock in Corteva? Neat. Yeah, no, I've the enforcement about like different emotes and all that has been interesting to see. Because like there's been a bunch of emotes that, you know, it's normally fine, but some people use in not so great of context. Like lick emotes. There's definitely been a number of lick emotes over the years that are totally fine and tame and all that, that get yoinked, even though they're not used in the way that is problematic. And then there's, of course, you know, the ones that are. And it's just, it's interesting. I don't envy any of the platforms having to deal with the moderation stuff, because it's like, you know, you've got to do it, because if you don't, your platform becomes this absolute cesspool. And at the same time, it is very, very much whack-a-mole that you catch up to whatever the latest problem causing that people got going on, you deal with it, and then you turn around and there's the new thing that pops out that is the next thing they're doing to cause problems. You just, you know, chasing it. Let's see, it used to be part of DuPont, but it's split off as an agricultural unit. Interesting. Automod loves you today. It happens. Let's see, you've seen an emote yesterday that you can't believe that wasn't reported. Basically, it's a nude butt. Yeah. It is one of those things that what ends up happening. So, when you first start making emotes, especially when you're like an affiliate channel or whatever, that there's like a whole verification process they do where you post the emote, a little bit of time passes, someone takes a look at it and goes, yep, that's fine. And I think there's like a very fast cursory pass, and that's about it. So like a lot of stuff could get through it. But once you've not had a problem with like any emotes getting pulled because they're, you know, they're inappropriate or whatever, they will start just like auto-approving them, or you don't have to go through it, because realistically them checking every single emote's a big time sink. And all that. And so you end up getting ones that are a problem, and then people report them later. And if you get one of those, like if you get I can't remember if it's one or a couple emotes reported as being inappropriate or whatever, that, you know, violate TOS or whatever, you're not supposed to have it as an emote, then they'll turn around and they will take away that privilege. And I believe it's permanent, that once they take away the privilege where you auto have your emotes approved, that a person has to look at them directly every time. Let's see, this was an F emote once, for press F to pay respects meme. It took Twitch almost 2 years to take it down, because you can't have emotes with a single letter, so people can't use them to skip moderation and spell out bad words. Of course. But yeah, now I've known a bunch of creators who have gotten, you know, emotes that they've had for a year or 2 or 3 that have been pulled down after a long time. The one I hear popping out is the is like Lick. Lick is the one I've heard a lot of people have for a very long time that then gets grabbed. To be clear, that's always because someone reported it. And that, honestly, a lot of times, I bet you that people report it and it doesn't go anywhere, but then you get, like, the one thing. That's actually one of the big problems we do have on Twitch as a platform, is inconsistency of moderation. Like, on the platform side. That, like, it feels very ad hoc. I'm sure they have documents and guidelines and yada yada yada, but, I do also feel like there needs to be a bit more work in, you know, this is the response, like, for situation X, we respond with Y, and having people kind of on the same page with that. Athena says, that one sounded dumb for a second, and then you immediately realized one example it could be used for. Yup. You see a lot of booty emotes nearly daily basis that are not clothed that would technically be against TOS. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's probably one of those things that it'll slide under the radar until someone reports it or enough people report it. I don't know exactly how that works, but enough people report it and all that. And just very, very easily that becomes a big problem. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that when people start reporting it, you'll have it go. And it's usually one of those things that, like, you'll have lots of, do you not get that patch cedar? Didn't change when you went over it? So, I do know that, the tracks will show. There's also like little other sections. I haven't figured out why sometimes certain sections the texture won't change and other times will. I don't think the seeder missed that. I don't know why it's staying the way it is, but I don't really care. It's a small section of the field, so it's fine. The good news is we don't use very much herbicide per pass, so even though I'm only at like 20%, that's plenty for our purposes. Because that's all we're doing now, is this isn't fertilizer. We're putting down herbicide so that the weeds aren't a problem. I do think later on we make some of these fields over here just like really big fields. And then start getting rid of some of the littler fields in favor of more production lines, animals, those kind of things. Make the area look more like a town. Because we honestly don't own that much of the map when you really think about it. Like, we look at this whole map here. And I do only own this like little section down here, which is mostly fields. In a game where you rely on textures to know a field is good, that is something like a not great bug. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know what's going on. It could be a bug. It could be that like we missed a spot. I don't really know. I'm not too worried about losing, like, if it does not work out, losing like 2% of a field. Or not getting the full benefit of 2% of a field. I could fight with it, but probably just not worth the effort. Okay. Well, it's 7 a.m. here in Germany. You pop up stream on your phone and head to bed. Have a good one and take care of yourself. Well, thank you, Captain Sandy. You have yourself a good sleep. Guten Nacht. Or I guess, was it Guten... Yeah, Guten Nacht to be good night. I think Guten Abend was good evening. Sleep well, have a dirty sock emote. It's random. There we go. Just random dirty sock emote. For all your dirty sock emote needs. I realized he's like, man, nobody gives me a dirty sock emote. Like, I have to really put in the time to get my dirty sock emote. Okay. Alright, Ian, I can sleep moderating again? Yup. Sleep is difficult. Have a shrimp emote? As long as it comes with cocktail sauce and none of that tartar sauce. And in the time it took me to finish spraying this field, the other field's done. The seeding is already done. Farmer says, it all depends on the squares the map was built on. whether not it's 1-to-1 or if they are doubled in size. I'm missing context, sorry. Let's see, you find the emote rules a little funny with this being a Twitch, official Twitch emote. Yeah. Sometimes you can't think about it too much. Are you talking about like different size grids or something? I'm sorry, it's just there's a delay in the response, so I've lost the context, unfortunately. Well, okay. I see you tried. You didn't do great, but I do see you tried. Let me just go ahead and deal with that. That's where the color comes from. Sometimes it looks like you did part of the field or not. Okay. And we just go clean this up since the seeder said it didn't want to do it. So deal with that in a moment. You've seen several get pulled. It could be that maybe it went too far kind of thing. That, it wasn't the style of emote it was so much as the content of the emote. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right. Because yeah, I know a lot of people with the Gasm style emote. All right. Sometimes you also get pulled down. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not sure I do want to know. Okay. You're the one who said never trust a tree, and the AI gave it a wide berth. That, you know what? That's fair. Oh, you know what that other corner may have been? It's where the tracks were for my vehicle. It may have been an area that I just drove off the edge, because you'll notice where we had the tire tracks back there, or the tread or whatever you want to say, from where I went and drove the tractor over the field. And we'll get this done. And then we don't have to worry about any of our fields until it is time to harvest. And our time to harvest is July for the wheat, and then August for the sorghum. Is that right? August and July? Yeah, that's right. Yep. So yeah, so July we harvest the wheat, get it all put in the machine and all that. Have a hamster emote. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, and we're doing a perfectly solid job in getting this field all taken care of. Probably should get rid of these two
Take a
trees.
sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm gonna get that hydrate here in a moment. Yeah, probably should get rid of these two trees here. Okay. Which is the front? Which is the back? Yes. No, the other one. Can't tell, is that a dinosaur? This takes you back to Darkest Dun Shamblers. Okay, so just got to finish the herbicide here. Then it's just maintaining. It is in fact dinosaur. That's what I thought. It's just sometimes when they're like that, it's like, okay, it's a little hard to see. It is one of the things that's always a challenge with emotes is wanting to put enough there to make it interesting, but being careful to not get too busy where suddenly now you can't see it. It's a very gigantic dinosaur. Would you say it's an ultra gigantic dinosaur? Perhaps an ultrasaurus? As I'm trying to remember, it was it was like a mini-me or something like that, which is a very small dinosaur, which people mistake as being named after Mini-Me from Austin Powers, but I guess it's named after the the region and everything. And for those who don't know, Ultrasource, an absolutely fantastic creator on the platform, friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Does a lot of simulation games, so does play Farming Simulator as well as SnowRunner, American Truck Simulator, among many others. So if you are into simulation games, you will not be led astray by going over there and checking out the simulation stuff. And those are her emotes. I kind of figured it was, but there's also more than one person who's into dinosaurs in existence. So it's one of those things that's like, okay, either that's Ultrasources or just someone else who's really into dinosaurs. And it really is a 50-50. My favorite are all the animals that have, like, whatever Saurus for their name. And then you look in, like, the actual information about it, it's like, this is not actually a dinosaur. It's just a lizard. He goes, it's just a reptile. It's not a dinosaur. It has Saurus in its name because that's what someone named it, but it's not actually a dinosaur. You always think about Edmontosaurus, which is a dinosaur named after the major town in Canada. Well, that was like the Mini-Me is something like that, where it's named after the region it's from, not like a nod to Austin Powers or something like that, but it's a tiny dinosaur. Scientific names are weird. Well, the scientific name, it's fine. The problem was the layman's name would be like whatever Saurus, and scientists are like, that's not a dinosaur. You have a mini Kappa? We don't need to explore that one further. A lot of the time when you end up having stuff like that, it's because a group or whatever funded the research and all that, that then, you know, people want to nod, basically saying, you know, thank you for, like, funding this or organizing this or whatever. So you will end up with weird stuff, or a whole bunch of stuff is named, you know, similarly to an individual who's famous because they were the ones who, like, ponied up the money to fund the research. That happened a lot with, like, where you'd have scientists going to, like, Antarctica and all that. A lot of stuff like that. And stuff from Star Wars, that happens a lot too. There's a very common gene expression known as Sonic Hedgehog because the research like to play the Sega game. Yep, it happens. So in Genetics 1, we had to learn about the Sonic Hedgehog gene. Excellent. Yeah, Positronic saying, some of the Latin names for species are pretty metal. A vampire squid is a vamproto... I don't know how to pronounce that. It's like Vampiroteuthis infranalis. Now we're speaking in tongues, apparently. No, it's just one of those things that, like, you look at some of the names, you're like, what? I also love the way some scientific terms compound. So, like, you know, you get, like, the big words like pneumono ultramicroscopic cell volcaniconiosis, which is a lung condition caused by breathing in tiny volcanic dust. And you just look at the word and go, okay, I understand. Each part of this word describes what the condition is. So if you are knowledgeable about the scientific stuff, like the scientific wording, you can hear that name and you know it's a lung disease caused by volcanic dust. And that, you know, it's this condition that is problematic. But it's a pneumono ultramicroscopic volcaniconiosis. It's pneumono ultravolcanic. It's pneumono ultra. Now I have to think about it. But yeah, because there's that one. Like I said, it's the whole big thing that gets ridiculous with that. Then you have like anti-disestablishmentarianism, who is someone who's against it's a group or organization who is against a group of organization who is against the founding of a church. So it's not the people against a church being founded, it is the people against the people who are against the founding of a church. And you're like, of course we need this word. Why would we not need this word? Then there was something like, I don't remember, it's like hippomonstrosophobiac or whatever that. It's the fear of long words. And you're like, that's just mean. Just, so what's the condition you have? Don't make me say it. Please. Please don't make me say it. There's a PC named after Google after the hour spent trying to figure out if the species was named yet. The Eurasian brown bear is Ursa arctos, which translate to bear. Sometimes you just gotta be really confident is in fact a bear. Alright, so both fields are herbicided, they're planted, they're all set up and ready to rock and roll, so it's time to move time forward. Biologists are huge nerds. Is biologist, can confirm. Wife is also biologist. And is also huge nerd. This is not me being hostile, as I too am huge nerd. Yeah, so nothing I need to do in May or June when it comes to that stuff. Let's grab this tractor to rotate the bread. You'd love to find some new ant species just to name it Hector of Troy. It honestly, it would not surprise me is that was like the start of what led someone to becoming a biologist. Is just the idea of finding a species of animal and giving it a ludicrous name because you just really wanted to give it a ludicrous name. And that was just that initial motivator that got the person to follow through with their, degree and everything. Scientific names are how biologists write fanfics. Just make sure there's enough houseplants to elicit conversation. Funny enough, one of your friends is a big time... Hymen Opetarian, ants, bees, wasps, etc. Entomologist? Gotcha. You could make hay with grass if you wanted? I could. I would need to buy equipment to do that. And like to get the most value out of it, I'd want to make a field so I could grow the grass more so. I don't really want to sit here and cut grass all day every day. Like, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but yeah. Can you eat the grass? No, it's a video game. You exist in one plane of existence and it exists in another. And hopefully the two shall never meet, because that would imply that we can actually get trapped in video games. Or that video games can come to real life, and I'm really not sure which one scares me more. Don't tell me what planes I could exist in. Hey, I'm not trying to limit your realities. Maybe you're driving a tractor in real life right now. I'm gonna go on a limb and say probably not. There's an entire anime genre built around video games being real. It's not only anime either. That's there's an entire genre of books called Lit RPG that the basic premise is worlds defined by video game logic. So it's just stuff like where people gain levels and get spells or abilities or whatever unlocked as they go. And it is a very, very big genre. Okay, how are our things running? You're doing okay on water. You're all doing fine. Cool. And it's time to go the next month. You just down towards the Pringles can? Cool. Let's see, as long as they don't make Sonic 06 real, and it remains sealed in the vault where it's safe. Just catch Pringles. They're meh, but not bad. Hey, fine, except for the ones where you die in real life, you die in the game. Well, that was one of the ones I was going through that the entire premise was the main character, like, they had serious health stuff going on. So they had themselves, like, put in the game world because, you know, it would allow them to walk and talk and do all sorts of stuff again. It was one of the more interesting intros, because a lot of them it's just like, oh, look, we're in a video game, or, oh no, we logged into the game. Oh no, suddenly we can't log out. Oh dear. Some have done a much better job of making it interesting how they end in these, end up in these alternate worlds and all that. Versus, yeah, there's a whole bunch where it's like, you logged in the game. Wait, the log out button's not here. which is what Sword Art Online did, which is fine, but it's kind of one of those ones that so many groups do it that it kind of starts to lose meaning after a little while. Because it's like, you see that intro and you're like, oh, it's another one of these. Lame. Let's see, Sonic's 06 is so terrible, it just doesn't matter if you know a Sonic game or not. It's bad. It was considered the start of the release of unfinished games, and it's bad, like, considered start of unreleased games. Bad, like, as in the most unfinished releases today. That would seem possible by comparison. I have no idea one way or the other. Wasn't Sword Art Online one of the earlier ones to do it? Yeah, it was. Jay said, Sword Art Online was one of the characters in the second season, third season. She was in the hospital for terminal illness, spent as much time in VR games as she could because she was super powerful. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the premise of one of the book series I was following. The individual was ex-military, and had been in a helicopter crash, like they had been shot down. So basically, his situation was not good. He was bedridden and all that, and he opted to be put into the video game world thing because, you know, it was just something he was dealing with major mental health problems with. Just coming to terms with his situation. And so you're like, okay, you know, in that situation, I could definitely see that. Now, granted, where our technology is in our world, that isn't an option, wouldn't make sense or anything. But, you know, when they take place 50 years, 100 years in the world, you're like, all right, maybe that's just a thing you could do. You could upload your consciousness into a game. Now, I won't spoil what happens after the intro, but it is a whole thing. I have seen some of Sword Art Online. I was enjoying it. I just don't watch much in the way of shows, and especially now that I'm streaming, I don't really have a lot of time to watch, you know, just random shows outside of stream. Like, every once in a while I make time for it. Like, I have gone and watched pretty much all of the Has Been Hotel stuff that's out, because I very much enjoy that. Hell of a Boss, I've also watched pretty much all of it. I very much enjoyed that as well. There's definitely been other series I've been into. Like, as far as, like, actual TV series. But, like, for example, a lot of the ones that you think of a lot of people being into, you know, Breaking Bad and all those. I watched an episode or two. I don't know. Like, I get the idea of it, and I probably would find it entertaining if I took the time to watch it. But I didn't. What's the name of the book with the helicopter game? Sounds interesting. It's the Completionist Chronicles is the series. I don't remember the title of the first book, but it's the Completionist Chronicles. That follows Joe. I also find with lit RPGs, what people like and dislike in them very much different. I think for me, the lit RPG I've enjoyed the most is He Who Fights with Monsters, which I understand for a lot of people, they find the main character to be fairly narcissistic, because he is. It's actually a plot point. But that one definitely suffers from the, oh no, we need something to solve this problem. Hey, look, I suddenly have the thing we need to solve this problem. Which is something that happens a lot in that genre. Like, a lot in that genre. You end up with the whole situation. Whatever's needed to make things work, the character will get that at that exact moment. I wouldn't even say that people got, so to make sure we're looking at the yeah, no, in Joe's case the idea was he had these health problems, and you know, it's one of the things for people who deal with like very, very severe limitations, like, you know, being a quadriplegic or whatever, that it is very difficult from a mental health standpoint that to come to terms with. So, you know, being offered this alternative where you were able to do all the things you can't, that, you know, there's an appeal there. The interest in Hella boss stuff early on, but later seasons start to feel more like they almost mocking your faith, which for granted may not be true, but it wasn't comfortable with. We didn't need to go farther into it. Yeah, no, I got you. And that's the thing, like very, very much like we don't need to dig into it. For those who don't know Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel, they take place in a universe where basically it takes place in hell. There are, I would say, a lot of people who are religious who are not fans of the series because, you know, it creates its own world where there's flaws in a lot of the things. Like, it pokes fun of, not pokes fun, it does poke a bunch of stuff that could very easily be uncomfortable for people who are religious. Which, yeah, we don't need to dig into that at all. But just to explain those series, that is a thing that if you're a religious person, that it might be something that ends up uncomfortable for you. Now, it's not all like it goes church bad or anything like that. It's nothing like that, but it does depict heaven and hell in not necessarily the greatest light. Alright. So that's all fine. I think we're all good here now. And so we move on to Harvest Day. Yeah, right. It's nothing extreme, but it is one of those things that it would dance on the line of what would be potentially misaligned to you individually, and that could be something that bothers you. And it would actually argue, of the two, Has Been Hotel is probably the one that would rankle people a bit more. Because that one actually does have depictions of heaven in it. But that's just it. Some people will be comfortable with the poking of the fun there. Some people won't. Obviously, if you're not, probably not a show for you. But it's not, none of it's like directly malicious. Yeah, real problem with the shows themselves, just not something we see. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. I mean, it's also just not necessarily a show for a lot of people in general. It is a cartoon, but it is a very, very, very not for children cartoon. Like, very not for children cartoon. But, it basically follows in hell who runs what's effectively an assassination company. Where for people who have been sent to hell and, you know, have baggage with those who may not be dead yet, that they can hire him to make them dead. Let's grab the Baylor. Okay, so the big problem today, big problem for us in game today, is the need to get all the fields harvested. Did you get the upgrade equipment you wanted? Yep, we got the big seeder. That literally, the time it took me to seed the fields, it took me almost the same amount of time to spray them, so it was just way fast. This is more organized. Your equipment's been a while. Yeah, we've been working on it. And you still hate it? Yeah, no, I need to get the sheds and all that. Like, right now, our next big spend is getting a warehouse. Because yesterday in game, we actually discovered there is a limit on how many pellets you can have. Luckily, it wasn't enough that it blocked us from getting anything done. But that is a concern now. That's like, oh wait, I'm going to need to be able to handle that. And the way you handle that is you get a warehouse, and then instead of where I'm just dumping the pallets on the ground, we'd have the warehouse, you just drive over it like it's a sell point, and you just drop the pallets into the warehouse. I don't need this. I just need the tractor, not the trailer. But yeah, so I think the next purchase is the warehouse. And then after the warehouse, I'm debating whether or not I want to buy another plot of land, or I want to buy, or I want to just save up probably 2 harvests worth of money, if not 3, to just buy, not necessarily the largest harvester, we'd have to look, but, you know, save up a couple harvests worth of money to buy a really big harvester. There is a way to make the AI drive stuff for you. I have been told that you can make the AI grab stuff from the warehouse and drive it to a sell point. I haven't done it myself, so I don't know. You go to the harvester first? Yeah, the only hesitation is just the fact that the harvester is going to take me a couple of harvests to go, versus if I buy like another tile of land and then, you know, I get canola up and running or something like that. That could potentially increase the amount of money a lot. But then, of course, you have another field to take care of, which means the harvester bottleneck becomes more of a pain. I think you are right about the bigger harvester. We also might just get lucky, and while we're saving up, the big harvester comes up on sale and all that. Okay. Because right now, the harvester is definitely our huge bottleneck. You're gonna fill up, aren't you? Okay. Come on. Oh. I was like, why are you not going? The engine wasn't turned on. That'll do it. Why? Oh. I thought I was in the RV because like, why is the arm not going out? Okay. If I made the field slightly longer, it'd potentially be able to automatically stop at the end of each row, but I don't think we'll deal with it. Yeah, the other thing getting a larger harvester would do is right now where I have to, you know, empty it out way more, we'd be able to cut that time down a lot, because this is the smallest harvest both from size and volume. How's the farming going? It's going good. We've got our biggest seeder now. So we've got the second biggest cultivator, the biggest seeder, the biggest sprayer. The next up on the list is to replace our tiny little harvester. Which will save us a lot of time and effort. Okay, let's drop you off here. Map? We are on no man's land. Let's get this tractor out of the way. We use a smaller tractor because, the smaller tractor will be way more cost effective. And ultimately, the harvester is the bottleneck anyways. Okay, you're at the correct size. Automatic drop off turned on. Okay. This is a map you plan on tackling one day? Yeah, no, it's a good one. If you like making your own stuff, like almost a creative mode, that is kind of what's nice about it. You do have to like pay for everything and everything, so it's not creative mode.
What's the worst that could happen?
But in the sense of like, you start with nothing and make what you want with it. Be healthy. You can't make me. Alright. Yeah, so it's time to handle harvesting all our fields and whatnot. You're sleepy? Then go to sleep. That'll be $200 for the medical advice. But also, not medical advice. I am not a doctor. But you don't wanna? Well, then don't go to sleep. You can make your own choices. Alright. Also, medical advice. That's, what was it, City Skylines? I don't remember which game it was. Where they have, like, the radio ads in the game. That's like, it's like GTA's radio ads, where they're just silly nonsense. And it's like, oh man, I'm not gonna be able to remember the whole bit. It's like, you know, the accounting law firm or whatever, and they're like, is this legal advice or financial advice? We're strictly forbidden from providing legal advice. Does that mean you should need our services? I don't know. Does that? It's like this whole thing where it's basically they're not licensed, but it's this whole like dance around with it. It's just like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Okay. I want to loop in behind this. So I actually do want it to top off if possible. If not, we'll have it stop at the end of the row. The only reason I'm doing that is just so you know, I can try and just juggle these two priorities. Because this will help a lot in the future if we can get the larger harvester. I really do want to get it so I don't stop the harvester, though. Because anytime it stops moving, that means there's that much time that I'm not getting this to produce. Versus if I follow it with it each time. What I might do is I might just prioritize dealing with the harvester, and if we get the straw, great. If the straw gets caught in the rain, don't care. It'll be money lost, but not that big a deal. Versus the harvester is the day's bottleneck. Alright, what we'll do with you is I'm going to drive it to the other end of the field. That's not going to go around fast enough. And there's some reasons I want to get a really big, good windrower. Because, like, right now, getting the straw is not that important. I've debated not bothering with the straw a number of times. But ultimately, it always boils down to, okay, but the harvester is the bottleneck. I could not get the straw, like, I could not work on it. But ultimately, it doesn't really save me a whole lot doing that. Because I'm still, like, I'm going to sit around and wait for the harvesters, what's going to be the alternative. So I might as well be doing something productive. And I do get a decent amount of money from the straw. So I'll have you do the baling. I wanted to avoid it because by the time we're done doing all the baling and hauling it off, this thing's going to have a couple $1,000 worth of repairs needed for it. But I do think this is our best bet. This is an expensive tractor, and it's a tractor I've been using for a long time. Dragos is to bed? Okay. You sleep well, Dragos. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Yeah, this way it doesn't have to stop, which will make it more efficient overall the day. Let's see, you can't lurk this time. You forgot your charger in the living room, and the dog sleeping on me, so I'm gonna try to sleep too. Enjoy the rest of your night. Alright, the very last thing, you sleep well. I do appreciate it. But yeah, now I gotcha. Yeah, so our next move is probably the harvester. Which will most likely, if we're lucky, we'll catch one here. Oh, that's the big roller. It's a shame I don't have that money. Like that's the thing. We'll probably go for the harvester. If we can catch a roller really cheap, I might grab it. Or if we can catch a windrower really cheap, I might grab that as well. I'm sorry. The next purchase is not what I said. The next purchase is the warehouse. Then would be the harvester. Because I will need the warehouse. That's become kind of a problem we've been having to deal with. Okay. And we could drive all the way down here real fast. Let the harvester do its thing.
Yay. A warehouse. A person that on a full moon turns into a house.
Thank you, Leafy Pew. I really do appreciate that. And 100 biddies? Yeah, you gotta watch out for the warehouses. Careful. If you get scratched, you too could turn into a house. But thanks so much for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate the support. Alright. And drive you all the way over here. It'd be really nice if we get the bigger tractor. But that's not on the short list. Okay. Yeah, so we'll need the windrower. Well, I mean, we don't need it, but we will really want it.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting the sub to Leafy Q.
Thank you, Randall Thor.
Train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a Tier 1 sub to Leafy Pew. Leafy Pew, you now have some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. Thank you so much, Randall Thor, for gifting yet another sub to the channel. Kicking off a hype train, so I really do appreciate that as well. And as a reminder, we are doing our Plus push. It's no longer called... I'm just going to call it Partner Plus. It's fine. They rebrand it, but I'm going to just call it Partner Plus because people know what that means. But yeah, so we are doing a Partner Plus push for the new tier that they've added. For those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, they added a new tier that's a 60-40 split that only requires 100 plus points to qualify. So we are trying to, get like the higher tier subs and all that kind of stuff to try and qualify, because unfortunately gifted subs and prime subs don't count, and we get to about 70 plus points per month without promoting it. So I am trying to just get to that little point where we get right over the edge, because that would be getting like a whole extra paycheck a month, or not a month, a year. And that would be huge for me. So we are on the push for that. So, when it comes to like gifting subs, if you would, for people who would be willing to consider, potentially instead of gifting the sub, upgrading their sub for the next couple of months, that would do a lot more for me than the gifting subs, just because the gifted subs don't count, but the upgraded subs do count. Which is 1 point for a tier 1 sub, 2 points for a tier 2 sub, and 6 points for a tier 3 sub. Isn't it 70? So it's 70% if you hit 300 plus points. He was 350 plus points, but they've introduced a new tier that's 60-40 split instead of 70-30 split, but only requires 100 plus points.
Yay.
Because...
Hype Twain Ooh Woo.
Thank you, Such Cookie, for the 100 biddies. But yeah, so they basically added a tier, which is good for people like me who pushing for the 350 was probably unrealistic for me. So this gives me something that I can make my situation better while also not being unrealistic. Because I normally get about 70 plus points a month, so 100 plus points a month with a little push should be fairly doable. Like yesterday was the first stream we had this month, and we were already at 17 plus points at the end of the month. Now, obviously, a lot of people do tend to have their big, sub gifts, all that kind of stuff towards the beginning or end of month, just depending on when people get paid, that kind of stuff. But yeah. Fingers crossed? Yeah. I feel like it'll be a very doable thing. I wouldn't push it if I didn't think it was. But I mean, really...
Thank you, JellyJam_E for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Jelly Jam, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that continued... Well, actually, for that support. It's it's very generous and all that. You could have used that anywhere on Twitch, and you chose to use it here, and that means a lot, so thank you. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. But yeah. So it's one of those things I'm not going to complain about, like gifted subs or bits. I do know I am, I am bringing it up a little bit. But that's just because I want to kind of like nudge people who normally they might gift subs and be like, hey, actually, right now this other thing will do more for me. If they're willing, again, I will not complain about gifty subs. It's all, financial support that I don't expect and all that kind of stuff, but it's super duper appreciate. It's just taking what normally is like the path that's like, hey, this helps me more. It's like, go do this other thing now. Because to give you an idea of how close we get, if I got five more tier 3 subs in a month than I do normally, then we'd qualify. Like that's how little of a step we need. So that's the reasons I'm pretty confident. Now, 300, absolutely not. It's not that it would be impossible. I do feel like it is way outside the realm of what is realistic. Okay, so we did have our hype train, which had 2 subs and 200 biddies. So that's 4 Lego pieces IO. And of course, is he here? Well, thank you. So I do owe 4 Lego pieces. For those who are not familiar with the channel and all that kind of stuff, pretty much the way it works is every time I get a sub or 100 biddies, we have a Lego kit here that I'm adding a piece to. So I will get that going in a moment where we'll get our 4 Lego pieces added to it. And the idea is that it's just kind of a fun, slow build Lego kit that happens as the streams like go on. So like little by little it comes together. And it seems people are very much enjoying it, even if I do have to deal with cameras not working sometimes and other scuff nonsense. There's this, yeah, you finish some random subs, and then when tier 2 with those who are pushing, like you and Drongo, yep. Absolutely. Like, I've done the same thing for some of the people who I know are doing the push, and it was getting kind of close to where they may or may not make it kind of thing. Because unfortunately I don't have enough income to support everyone I would love to. But like when you, I'm not going to say names, but when you have a creator who's like, okay, like I'm trying to do this push, and they get to, 3-4 days from the end of the month, and they're still shy by like 10 points or whatever, I'll go out of my way to like throw an extra sub on top of it kind of thing. I do have a few channels I sub to. But, trying to help people in their various pushes. Because one of those things that, it would cost me like $5 and some change, whatever, for a sub. But that for a lot of them is going to be literally hundreds to thousands of dollars, potentially, depending on, where their channel's at and all that kind of stuff, which is huge. Considering it doesn't cost the viewers anything more once we qualify. Once we qualify, we're locked in for a full year. That once we've qualified for it for the next full year, we're locked in at the 60-40. That the only way it changes in a shorter amount of time is if we somehow qualified for the higher one. Which I don't imagine is going to be the case. Not unless I get, like, really lucky and I happen to, find myself in a situation like I was in Project Zomboid, where I got really known in a community and then the game blew up. Like, obviously, if something like that were to happen, where the channel's viewership just exploded, maybe that would become a realistic thing. But you don't expect that. That's not how things usually work on Twitch. Sometimes you get lucky, and when you do, you just be very happy for it. But the vast majority of time, it is a slow and steady progression to try and, make plays that work out. Maybe you pick up a decent number of viewers along the way. That kind of stuff, which I don't want to make it sound super duper strategic. Like, you just play games you want. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. Be aware when perhaps a game is just not a good decision for whatever reason. That's all you can do. Alright, so I'm going to try and sneak in some Lego real fast while that's on the way without pausing it. So I owe 4 Lego pieces. So let's go pop over there and get that going. And the camera's cooperating this time. Excellent, because the first time the camera just straight up didn't work. The second time it zoomed in. I am not having the best luck with this camera tonight. Okay, so I've got one of you to grab. So of the 4 pieces, so there's 1 piece. And I do apologize if I don't quite stick it the whole way in frame. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes how far I have to look forward, because I'm turned sideways from the way I normally face. So unfortunately, while I'm doing this, I can't see chat and all that. I want to figure out a way I could do that over here. I don't know if that's going to be practical, though. Okay, so that was 1, 2. Because my app was set, I don't count against that. And you go like this, so then still at 2. I'm just combining pieces. Two. 1, 2, 3. So then here goes the 3rd piece, and then the 4th piece. Cool. Oh, I see why I knocked over the light the last time. I didn't hit the light fixture, I caught the cable and I pulled the light down last time from it. Because unfortunately I had to move one of my lights, because for people who remember like 2-3 streams ago that I was like, wait, one of my lights is broken. So the light was not broken, thankfully, because it was a brand new light just about. There was a power adapter and the power adapter was broken. So I yoinked the power adapter. But the downside of that meant the next nearest place I could get the power I needed, where I wouldn't need a new adapter that I don't have, is to run the cable the other way. So now I've got another thing between me and where the Lego kit is. Because you can't really see when I'm doing the Lego kits and all that. I'm like reaching like this across the table to do the Legos. Because I have the light up here in the way. The camera's boom arm is like this. I can't get an angle on it. But basically, I'm turning the boom arm the other way, so the boom arm is like all up in my face like this. I'm trying to like look over it and then reach out and do the Lego. So I'm actually like talking into the back of the mic. So I assume I sound pretty hollow. I don't think it's worth going on here and switching the knob to change to have omnidirectional when I go over there and switch it back. I think that'd just end up being more obnoxious, because I would forget it, and then you'd hear like every bang, bump, and thing in the room. You'd probably hear the air conditioner, because the pattern would be a whole thing. Yeah, no, I know it's fine. It just kind of, like, that's the whole reason why the setup is so weird. I want to get a better setup. I've got a second mic that's, like, really a good mic, but it's not really well suited for streaming. It's more for, like, professional recording kind of thing. Because we've had the conversations about microphones here before, that you'll have people be all ridiculous about, oh, you need to, like, buy $1,000 mic and a whole bunch of nonsense, and it's all garbage. Like, very genuinely, I've seen people who have been extremely successful with, like, $30, $40 mics. It's fine. This is a Blue Yeti. It sounds great. It's not a particularly high-end mic. And then I have a nice Rode mic that is a, nice, like, it's not, I don't want to say it's high end, but it's like on the high end of medium, or like the low end of high end. So it's in that area, but it's like a $600 mic normally. Well, I mean, it is a $600 mic. I just didn't have to pay for it myself. It was covered by the company I was working for when I needed it. And I have all the equipment to go with it. And it is almost the exact same for quality by the time you get involved in, like, video compression and all that kind of stuff. You're not going to notice the difference. And where this has just the microphone and the cable as points of failure, so 2 points of failure, that microphone has 7. because there's the microphone, the audio cable to the oh, I was blank on it. It's not a header. Interface. There's the microphone, the cable to the interface itself. You have the power adapter for the interface, the USB cable from the interface to the computer. You get the idea of where this is going. There's just a bunch of crap. And that's the way most of your really, really nice mics go, is because you're dealing with all of that extra equipment. And it's not to say that microphone's bad. It's just, you'll have people say, oh, you cannot stream unless you're using that microphone, or you cannot record video unless you're using that microphone. You might as well not bother. And it's like, that's not true. Like, very, very genuinely, I have seen people where they take their cell phone and they use that as a webcam, and then they use a microphone that's like a little $30, $40 microphone, and they got to do a lot more finagling with stuff like lighting and stuff like, you know, noise canceling and all that. So don't get me wrong, you're gonna do a lot more work to get that to sound as good. But that's software that doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to pour money into it. In fact, I wouldn't suggest spending any money on content creation unless, one, it's a hobby and you've got a bunch of discretionary money and you just want to do it for funsies. Then hey, you're buying toys to tinker with. As long as you can afford it, you know, have at it. I mean, also, if you're going into content creation thinking it's going to be a wild success, I would encourage you to try it without spending any meaningful amount of cash on it. Because most likely it's not going to work out. I hope it does. But, you know, it's kind of like wanting to be an NBA star in high school or something. You know, cool, pursue that, but like, definitely don't bet the house on it. 'Cause just talking statistics, you know, it's a thing to be careful about. There are many people who I would say do the quote-unquote right things, but just can't, for various reasons, just can't make it work out. And that's not a failure on their part. It's like there is luck is a component of this. That is just the, you know, fact of the matter. There's things you can do to capitalize on luck or opportunities, however you want to phrase it, that you can do to help should you get lucky. But it's real hard to break in. Not many people are going to tune into a channel that has 0 to 1 viewers. They just get buried way too far down in the list. And so it's real difficult to get over that first hurdle. And then even like there's almost like different slices that seem to be like the difficult to get over hills. Like getting those very few initial viewers seems to be one of the biggest hurdles to get over. You know, where you go from like 0 viewers to, you know, 5, 6, 7 consistently. And then usually I find people who can manage to get that to happen can get to the upper teens, early 20s. And then it feels like you hit like this next kind of shelf that you get stuck around there. And then trying to figure out how to climb to the next tier becomes the whole thing, to like break out of that 20s to 30s to where you're starting to get, you know, 60s to 70s to 80s, that range. That's like, I'd say like that 80s to 100 becomes like another tier where it's like real hard to get over that hill. And then once you get over that hill, it starts to stick around like the 150 to 200 range. And I find once you can manage to get over like the 220, 250, then channels tend to just do a really good job of growing past there. Not that there's like infinite growth, but it feels like the growth is a lot more consistent, flexible once you can get to those much larger sizes, which probably has to do with the whole thing where if you're sitting at like 500 viewers or whatever, you can jump into a category, and outside of like the absolute biggest categories, you're gonna land relatively high on like recommendations and games page. So any category you jump into, again, outside of like really, really big ones, you're going to be reasonably positioned. Because I feel like that ends up being a big part of it for finding new viewers, is just doing what you can to make sure you're getting into decent places on like recommended pages and the games pages and all that kind of stuff, because that's where you end up getting what little organic growth happens on Twitch to happen. It's also how you get in front of more people you don't already know to drop raids on you, and to, you know, all those things that do help get new eyeballs on your channel and whatnot. Alright, so we're going to intervene on the Harvester, because most likely it's going to absolutely flub this next part, because the AI is not that smart. And it already is, because I've had it skip all these trees and go to the yard in the field. I'm trying to avoid having to cut down every tree on the map. I want to keep a lot of these forests to just make the map interesting. But as the AI has been struggling with it more and more, I've become less and less patient with it dealing with this. Alright. And that'll be the biggest field that we're doing right now with the Harvester. Will be done once we finish with this row. And then we can get on to the next field, and then the 2 fields after that are relatively small. And then what I might do is, once I get the Harvester started on the next field, I might take a quick, like, 1-2 minute break to, you know, use the restroom, do all that kind of stuff that I need to do, while it, you know, gets that started. Because then I can just spin in behind it and start doing cleanup. Because I'm not super worried about any of the other processes, how fast they're getting done, because they're not time urgent. The only one that's time urgent is the Harvester. Which, I mean, I can slow down the game speed if it really came down to, but I don't want to. But it's the bottleneck. The day is going to get done as fast as it can get done. And it'll go no faster than that. Okay. I'm going to do a quick drop-off of the wheat that's in this thing. Then get it started on the next field. Which is this one to our right. But as you can see, the size of this field versus that field, it's a significantly smaller field. So this shouldn't be too bad. And once we drop off the wheat in here, I mean, we've already dropped off one thing of wheat in here. That'll, get the grain mill getting its work done. Alright. Because this is our big primary money supply now, is just all of her flour and bread and all that kind of good stuff. That was the reasons why I've been debating when it came to whether I wanted to go for the Harvester next or one more tile of land. Because with one more tile of land, I was thinking about starting canola, getting the oil, I don't know, mill, whatever the term is for it. The place that turns canola into canola oil. So we had our production line, then getting the Harvester. I do think the correct decision is to get the Harvester, though. Now, once I get the largest Harvester, we basically have almost all of our processes really well set up, and can go from there. All right, so I'm going to take just a quick minute or two to grab myself well, I mean, I've already got a drink. I don't need that. To use the restroom. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to go use the restroom, so I'll be back here in just a minute or two. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute or two. Okay. Alright, so you're only at about 30%. Yeah, it was 3 passes, I believe, is what it took to get that loaded up. Let's go ahead and get you into position in the meantime, so that when it fills up, we're good to go. And then we can get back to trying to get the straw sorted. Because then when it tries to go up to the other end of the field, we can empty it out. So Rutbrune, no, we're not doing manure yet. If that's what you're asking. Okay, so we're dropping off our wheat. And if we check our calendar, so we're harvesting this today. We harvest the sorghum tomorrow. And then while we're harvesting the sorghum, we'll have the tractor doing the cultivator for these fields. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Had a pretty good first half of stream doing some Bannerlord. Then switched over to some Farm Sim. Still haven't fully decided what I'm doing for tomorrow's stream, because I could do the same thing again, because I'm definitely enjoying Bannerlord. It's been doing relatively well. I also know that I want to get a third game on the channel, because like I haven't fully ruled out SnowRunner. But it definitely seems like interest has started to particularly wane, which is fine. We've been doing a lot of SnowRunner, which I think is the big problem. Is I've been doing a lot of SnowRunner, like nearly back to back to back, with only like the occasional skip in it. So I think it's just I did too much SnowRunner in too little time. That if I paced it a little bit more, people might be more interested. It also feels like the Michigan map is very long. So that maybe it's just kind of one of those things. If I had, like, knocked out a map and then, like, you know, played another game for a while, then went to the next map. Not that I think SnowRunner's done on the channel or anything like that, but I think it might be one of those things that we'll see. I'll probably have it in some polls that we do in the stream, and if it wins kind of thing. Otherwise, like, you know, we can figure it out. But yeah, as a reminder, I do have a poll on the Discord that, generally speaking, yeah, well, it's to be clear, Zorlod, it's not so much the viewership we had of the channel, like that's certainly part of it, but I've got a poll on the Discord where people can weigh in on what games they want to see on channel, and SnowRunner got like pretty low votes in that. So I think it is just, I've been playing a lot of it lately that it's not anything like wrong with the game, just, you know, people like to see different things from time to time. So I think it's more than that than having to do with like strategically what makes sense and what's performing on Twitch. So much as for the channel, there hasn't been as much variety as there often is, and I think that's starting to wear on people. What is the poll at, by the way? Yeah, because we look at the poll right now I've got on Discord, SnowRunner only has 7 votes for it, which puts it kind of like on the lower end of the middle, whereas like RimWorld, Mountain Blade 2, Farm Sim, City Skylines 2, The Sims 4, and Kenshi have a pretty decent number of votes. But like but yeah, and then we have a handful that just basically have almost no votes. I wasn't paying attention, and we now have this here. But yeah, I've also heard from a lot of people who are trying out the new DLC maps that I've had multiple people say that it's got problems, like bug kind of problems. So I am curious how it works out in the longer term. Like, I mean, I should rephrase that. It does seem like it might be one of those wait and see kind of things, because I'm also fairly new to SnowRunner, and I've seen people who are extremely knowledgeable about the game. Struggle's not the word I want to use. Frustrated dealing with it. That it's not frustrating hard so much as it feels like it's not working the way it's supposed to hard. Is what I've seen two different people playing it, you know, give feedback. And these are people who have thousands of hours. So I think the DLC might have some headaches. So me going in, not having access to all the tools, and just having, you know, half the first region of the game's tools available to me, the new DLC is going to be a bad time. Which is my hesitation before, like, one, I don't own the DLC yet. But if I did, the hesitation I gave was I was worried that the DLC was going to be, you know, expecting you to be a player who had finished almost all the earlier stuff. And then, you know, and I hadn't, so I wouldn't have access to the stuff it's expecting me to have access to. That was my assumption. Yeah, no, RimWorld is definitely winning the poll. I am debating whether or not I'm going to start a RimWorld run tomorrow or like early next week or whenever I go to do that. Because we have so we have on Monday we have a Make Me Play redeem for Styx Shards of Darkness, which my understanding of that's kind of along the lines of like Metal Gear Solid, or, well, I mean Metal Gear. Kind of along the lines of like Metal Gear or Assassin's Creed, and the fact that it's like sort of a stealth game. So I'll be doing that. And for those who don't know what that is, I do have a redeem for 100,000 points that you can make me play a game. It's got a bunch of rules to it. Like, I either have to own the game, someone has to be willing to gift me the game, or the game needs to be free, and that's just because if people made me play $70 games that I didn't own, I would go literally wipe myself out -$- for streaming. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then on top of that, I also have it where there's a rule that basically if it's like against TOS, I obviously won't play it. If the game that is redeemed is something that I am not personally wanting to be associated with or something like that, I will say no. And what I mean by that is we play RimWorld. RimWorld lets you do all sorts of awful things, but that's not the point of RimWorld. It's an optional behavior you can do in RimWorld. Whereas, like, for example, RimWorld lets you do slavery. I don't do it. I honestly don't care for the mechanic mechanically, and also, it's not something I want to emulate. I know it's a video game, I know it doesn't impact real lives, and yada yada, but for me, it's like, it's not something I'm interested in. And so, that's fine, because I don't have to do that in RimWorld. But if a game that wasn't an optional feature, that was just the point of the game, that'd be a game I wouldn't be interested in. I'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. To date, I think I've only refused one game. And that was actually not even for that. Like, it wasn't something I found the content objectionable within myself or whatever. That was the content had, you were working as a 911 dispatcher, and so the game mechanically looked really interesting, but they were fully voiced phone calls, and they got heavy. Like, real heavy. And I was like, oh, that is really not a good vibe. That's gonna mess with some people in a real big way. I don't know that I want to stream that. Which, fortunately, the individual's like, alright, well, here's this other game that mechanically is similar to it, but, like, not 911 dispatcher. Instead, you're just dealing with more, like, logistics of delivering stuff, like running a restaurant and everything. Which, don't get me wrong, I think the 911 dispatcher one probably would have been a much better game so far as is the game good kind of thing. Which, like, the Delivery Inc. I liked a lot. But I don't remember the name. It's like one, I may have been literally called 911 Dispatcher. But the 911 was probably the better of the two games. But it was just one of those ones you're like, oh, this is real, much heavier than I think I want to stream. So I was like, yeah, let's not do that one. But that's the only one I believe I've turned down so far. I don't know. It's I've started to almost get to the point where I've been putting together a spreadsheet of like games I've played, you know, am I like immediately planning to play them on the channel? You know, are they games that, you know, I might play someday, but, you know, I'm waiting for it to, like, have an update or be farther along or something like that. You know, something to build an interest for me or whatever. And then I've got on that list games I'm like, I'm not going to play this game. And a lot of them, it's, I'm not going to play this game because I already beat it. And, like, you know, I don't, like, a lot of them, it's like, I beat it. It's kind of only good for one playthrough for me as the person playing, so I don't see a reason to go back. Or, you know, you beat it on stream and there's really kind of not much more to it, so it's like, yeah, I don't see a reason to ever replay it on the channel. Like, game is effectively a dead category on Twitch. Had my fun, played it through, not really something worth revisiting, that kind of thing. And I'm kind of debating that once that list gets more fleshed out, games that I put in the will not play category will be not allowed from the make me play. Because most of them are in that thing. It's like, one, this is like really bad fit for the channel, like whatever, or it is a game that I'm like, yeah, I fundamentally don't want to play this, or, you know, I've already played it, beat it, it's done. Like, don't feel a need to revisit it. Which I know would devalue the make me play redeem. But at the same time, people are getting a lot better about actually redeeming it. And the thing I'm juggling with is, if we do have people more consistently redeeming it, which is the idea, eventually I have to put some other limitation on it. Because if it happens way too much, it starts to become more disruptive than benefit. I don't think we're there. But it is those things that, you know, you kind of worry about popping on stream one day and like 5 or 6 people all redeeming it on the same day because they just happened to hit the 100,000 and going, wait a second, hang on, that's too much. But yeah, now Mountain Blade has been fun. I do think we're kind of in a weird spot on Twitch where we're starting to see that beginning of the year sag that happens, because it's normally this is the downtime for Twitch, both from viewership as well as for like bits and subs and all that, which the bits and subs part has not been my experience. You've all been very, very generous the last, you know, January and going into February. You've all been very generous and very kind. But, like, the viewership has been, like, more kind of rocky. And it's always one of those things that it's like, okay, a game's, you know, you have a stream, the game's viewership is down. It could be a one-off that literally doesn't mean anything. You know, someone's doing something that's, you know, you share an audience with, and it's drawn the audience there. Nothing on your part, carry on. It could be that the game you're playing people are kind of not interested in, or they're kind of over, which is usually where most of my dips happen. I'll play a game for a while, and then, like, if it's not one of the main games that draws people in, they're usually good for 2-3 streams, and then you're like, cool, I've seen it. Okay, kind of don't care anymore. That's a problem. Because I needed to hit it from this end. But, you know, it'd be good for like 2-3 streams, and then, you know, the game isn't new to the channel or novel, so if it's not a game they're into, that's usually around the time that people are like, I'm not into this game, so I'm gonna go do something else. That you start to see that. Bentley says, Bannerlord's last big update was a while ago. Like more than 6 months ago, if we can count beta time as well. I know they do lots and lots and lots and lots of balance adjustment and little updates. I don't know when, like, their last meaningful, like, more than just we're tweaking balance or whatever updates was. Because I genuinely don't keep up with the update stuff on Bannerlord. But I mean, there's games that people have interest in that don't get updated often. Like, I know every time I list Kenshi almost always has quite a few people like, oh yeah, we want to see Kenshi. Which I have played 2 runs on the channel in the past. It's a fun game. It's a slow start game, as a forewarning. And for those who don't know Kenshi, open world, post-apocalyptic world, everything's sand. The world hates you, kicks you in the teeth, and tells you to lay on the ground and bleed out constantly. And I mean that both figuratively and literally. But you gradually get stronger, and then it just does slightly less effective at kicking you in the dirt. Kenshi's a fun game. It is a game that you need a pretty high tolerance for jank, though. Because it is a janky game. Mostly in the kind of endearing kind of janky, but sometimes in the not so endearing and more just frustrating kind. Like, there's a bug that has been in the game forever that you can pick up someone who has, like, fallen unconscious or died, and you go to put them down, and just something messes up with the physics, where your character looks like they spike them on the ground and it launches them up into the air really high, and it's not supposed to do that. It's actually very disruptive, but it's one of those things that it almost never matters, but is hilarious when it happens. And so that's kind of like the fun jank. And then you've got the bad jank of, you say, hey person, go run over there with your bag to go sell that stuff. And they start running, and somewhere along the pathfinding gets confused, and you'll be like, man, it's been days. Where did that character go? And you'll look them up on the map, and they're just running back and forth in one spot. Because just the way the pathing's going, they get here, and then the path updates, and it says, oh, the other way's faster. And then you get down there, it goes, no, wait, it's that way's faster. And yeah, no, Kenji's not being actively updated. Because they're working on Kenshi 2. So yeah, no, it's this point, if there's a bug in the game and you don't like it, it's too bad. It's just the way it is. That is just now an intrinsic part of Kenshi that will forever be. Because even over the years, the mod support, like, it's gotten better and all that, but the reality is people aren't making that many new mods for Kenshi on any real level. That's not that new mods don't show up, but a lot of the big mods that have been around have kind of dropped into the main devs have kind of dropped them, and they've just been bundled more and more into just like life support on mods. But it is still a very good game. Because there was a poll and everyone said build Kenshi 2. Yep. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, it's similar to Bethesda janky, where like most of the jank is, haha, it's weird that person's just like tripping over that fence animation again and again, haha, that's silly. And then every once in a while you'll get, oh, that's dumb. Like, my save file's messed up, and so when I load in, I instantly go hostile and die before I can move. There's some of that kind of stuff too. Luckily, it's kind of few and far in between for like the really bad jank stuff. But it actually has a lot of depth to it. There's like a whole world to explore, and there's a lot of interesting places to explore in that world. There's also, unfortunately, a lot of places that aren't interesting to explore, that are straight up, hey, you know what this zone is? Sand. Do you know what else it is? Nothing. It's sand. Is there any interesting points of interest in here? No. This is the sand zone that has the sand in it. It's very clear they intended doing a lot more with their game world, and, you know, small team got in the way. So there's parts of the map that feel very well developed, and then there's parts of the map that you just kind of look at and go, oh, so they just didn't finish this part. I understand. But yeah. You're pretty sure they hit engine limit? more than small team. I mean, only reason I disagree with that is there's tons and tons and tons and tons of mods that flesh out those areas that just have nothing in them. And like there was a party size limit that there's plenty of mods. Like that's one of like there's a handful of mods I will always grab for that game, and one of those is I can't remember what the party limit is. It's like either 12 or 20 people or something like that. But it really does make you feel like it's supposed to be a game where you build an army and you fight stuff, but you can't without the mods. Like it's something like 20 or 18 or something like that character limit. Which with those forces, it's really hard to put together a sizable fighting force so far as being able to like rush into any of the major cities and cause mayhem. You can, but a lot of it's kind of baiting the people away from their defense points until you get enough of them knocked down that you can rush in more. The one thing I want to figure out for Kenshi is if we choose to do, like, I mean, we'll probably do Kenshi, but whenever we go to do Kenshi, it's one of those games that it's open world enough that you kind of have to sit down and go, okay, what is our objective? Like, what are we doing in our run? Because if you just leave it open-ended, you just kind of meander. And it's also one of those things it's got really good base building in it as well. But kind of one of the negatives of it is once you start base building, it's really hard not to be feeling kind of attached to the base where you can't really leave it. Because there's a mechanic in the game where other factions will attack your base. You know, and they all have their own excuses as to why. Which is actually a really fun thing to do. But it's kind of once you have your base, you're kind of stuck there. And there's things you can go around where there's no one there nearby for the enemy to talk to. They'll politely wait at your door until you show up and then they'll attack you. But it is a whole weird thing. Most runs of Kenshi, like no matter what the long-term thing is, one of the things that almost always ends up happening is I'll almost always end up going, okay, well I need to level my combat, so I need to find enemies that you can handle. Because it is absolutely one of those things. You'll go, okay, let me go and fight a goat so I can actually get, you know, better at fighting because I'm terrible at fighting. And you'll fight the goat, and the goat will leave you, like, bruised and bleeding, laying unconscious on the ground. You just hope you don't bleed out before you regain consciousness. Because the goat will thrash you. And then once you get back past some of those, like, earlier enemies, that's when you start moving on to like fighting actual decent targets. And usually one of the groups I end up bullying first is the cannibals, because they're relatively weak enemies that have decent numbers, so they're pretty good for training against. The downside is if you are made of fleshy bits and not a machine, they are cannibals. And where most enemies will just leave you to bleed out in the dirt, so as long as you have someone who doesn't get caught up in the fight, they can kind of circle back and rescue anyone who gets downed. The cannibals will take you home and, you know, do cannibal things. United Citizens, I think. Is either United Nation or United Citizens or something like that. But yeah, there's two of the factions in Kenshi do slavery, and they will absolutely take you as a slave if you get downed and there's, you know, you don't fight them off. United Cities, that's the one. United Cities. Thank you, Sarisa Mage. Yeah. It's one of those world of who are the good guys, and you kind of look around and go, Good guy? You're gonna have to really lower your standards on what you mean by good here. There's like less awful. There are actually some factions in the game that are like, yeah. There are ones that are like, they're not bad. But all like the major factions are like, eh. But he says, you remember the good guy, the United States was good guys in first? Then the king got assassinated? Yeah. Oh yeah, the Fogmen. Oh no, there's a whole bunch of things that'll eat you in the game. That's the danger with getting knocked down by a lot of the animals in the game. There's a lot of the animals in the game that'll eat you. That's why there's certain zones that people are a lot more scared of than other zones. Because like I said, there's a lot of zones that as long as you keep someone out of the fight, if you lose the fight, you just sneak in that one person and then start patching everyone up. And then usually most of your people won't die. But then there's groups like the Cannibals and the Fogmen and Beak Things and all those that will eat you. And that's when things get really bad. Let's see, Cerise the Mage says the Holy Nation and United States are both heavily into slavery. And then you have the Shrek who don't do slavery, but are pretty racist. There aren't any really good factions, just 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, there's the tiny littler factions. There's some that are, hey, just mind your own business and we're cool kind of stance. So they're not too bad. Like they're territorial or whatever, but like they're like, just kind of, hey, whatever. We have our building over here. Just please don't get near our building, and we're all peachy and square. But yeah, most of the other ones are terrible. You think bullying starve? Yeah, no, it's usually you would you'd either fight the certain animals or the starving bandits are usually the first ones you fight. After a while of fighting them, then you move up to something like the Cannibals, and then you have other bandit factions on the map that have varying difficulties that are worth checking out after that. But yeah, no, pretty much everyone in Kenshi is awful. Like there is the anti-slavery group, and they're not too bad. They're a little extreme in their approach, but considering the world they're in, they're not too bad. There is some of the robot people who are just basically like, the world is awful, we used to be in charge, everything's terrible, we're big sad. Just please leave us alone. They're relatively okay. They don't trust anyone, but it's kind of understandable after what they went through. Yeah, no, tech hunters will usually, if they find you down, they'll patch you up. It's a good game. It's a janky game, but it's a good game nonetheless. I'm curious what Kenshi 2 is going to be like. It's been being developed for a super long time. My fear is that I say my fear with the whole thing with the Kenshi is just they're going to invest all the time in Kenshi 2, and if they don't get it rolled out, that they might run themselves out of money by trying to be too ambitious, and that maybe it just does not happen, which would be a real bummer. You can remake everything with a transparent. The only reason I don't do it is there's a lot of times the mic will be like this, and now suddenly I have this big cutout of me where the mic is. It's the reason you actually don't see that many people who do the green mic covers. Is for that reason. Is it just the mic, if it's in the way, gets, you know, cuts people out kind of thing. And where my mic's positioned, it usually does overlap me and or the chair. Like right there was a moment ago. It'll be silly, yeah, but it's also one of the things that'll end up being distracting kind of thing. I honestly debated for, not for that part, but for this part, the frame, or the, not shock absorber. Basically, it's a thing to, I'm blanking on the name of it. But basically, it's a thing so when I bang on the desk, the vibration doesn't go through the mic as well. So it doesn't pick up as much. I debated getting something like green fabric to put over that part of it, but ultimately it's kind of the same problem as, okay, so I would put that on there so when it comes in frame, you don't see like that shininess, because a lot of times it messes with the green screen and all that when that happens. But in turn, then I have a big chunk missing out of my arm or something because the green is between me and it. It's honestly one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's whatever. It's not a big enough of an issue to invest, you know, time and effort in. I've got 1,000 other things I need to do for the channel that I feel like that's not that big a deal. All right. And we are just trucking away, getting all the straw. Harvester's doing its job, and the harvester is the only process we have now that's not particularly fast. But that's our next big investment. We're gonna get a little warehouse here to deal with where we were starting to max out our pallets. But otherwise, I think the next purchase after that is the harvester, unless we get really lucky with the sale. Okay. Is there a faster baling machines? There is ones that I don't have to stop driving while I'm baling, but really the thing I would do is I'd get what's called a windrower. So if you see where I've got all these different like lines of straw, what a windrower is, it just sweeps them all into one big line, and that would make baling way faster. As the story estimator says, the hivers and the nomads are sort of wandering merchants, but they also be a pain in the backside. Yeah. No, it's like literally any of the factions, if you build near them, they will attack you. Now, one of the advantages is the tech hunters, I believe you can effectively pay them off. From time to time. Like, you have to give them... It's a fairly valuable resource, if I remember. And they'll go away for a while. But it's kind of, you have to keep paying them up, so it's effectively protection money. Like a racket kind of thing. But all the other factions, they will attack you. Like, with the Holy Nation, if you have both men and women in your area, they throw a fit about it. If you have anything that's not human, they throw a fit about it. If you don't have your prayer book on you, they throw a fit about it. The Holy Nation also uses choppers for their weapons, which are really prone to taking your limbs off. Yeah, if you're if you're a woman, they just attack you in general in Kenshi, the Holy Nation. Like I said, there's no good guys in that world. There's just bad, worse, and maybe not quite as bad as the other one. No problem, Randall Thor. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, tuning in, all the support, all that good stuff. Yep. Clean that little spot of straw up. No, you're done over there. And just get them to work in the next field. So the last two fields here are relatively small. So these ones go a lot faster. Okay. But yeah, no, there's a couple things we could do for the baling to make it faster. One is we can get a windrower. That certainly helps. You can also, instead of going with the round bales like we have here, where it, rolls it up and then you have to stop to like spit out the bale, we can get the bigger ones where it spits out the rectangular bales. Which the pro and con of that is just the round bales. The thing I have to pick them up here tends to be kind of the most efficient I've seen for picking up the bales and all that. But there are other ones for picking up the square bales as well. Yep, United Cities will absolutely, like, they'll attack you just because. Yep, Kenji is an awful world, but it's fun. It is a fun, janky game. But yeah, that's been one that's been doing pretty well in the polls, so we'll probably do that. Draw is like the most time consuming and least earning stuff. I wouldn't say that. Like right now, the big problem we have is my bottleneck is that harvester, and I don't have something better to be doing while the harvester is doing its thing, really, because it's so much slower. Most likely when we get the bigger harvester, there's a good chance we'll stop doing the straw, because at that point it'll probably be fast enough I can just switch easily over to the cultivator and just follow right behind it. So sure, I will miss out on like whatever is like $16,000 a year worth of straw. But on the other hand, like the straw would become the bottleneck and not necessarily worth it. Craig says, the most efficient bale setup I've seen is to have the warehouse and one of the stationary balers set up so that it auto drops into the collection point of the warehouse. Then you just have a large forage wagon for a collection. I don't think I've ever used one of the stationary balers ever. That's in the base game, not a mod, out of curiosity. Is that like, it's not a building, correct? It's a vehicle you plop down. Because it does definitely seem an intriguing way of dealing with it. It's part of a DLC they did? Gotcha, so it's probably the Hay and Forge DLC, which means I probably have it. But yeah, so you just take the forage wagon, you just dump it on the spot it needs to go. And then, if it's at the warehouse itself, you can have it kick over to the other side. If it's not at the warehouse itself, you can probably sit there with the auto bale picker-upper thing and just do whatever. Or universal autoloader, just sit there and keep hitting the button. Yeah, the last time we did Kenshi, we did it was something that was actually really kind of annoying, honestly, was playing Kenshi. Is we actually did start with Tor Solo Run, which is where you start with no arms or legs in the middle of the desert, and you just, you know, make it work. And so we were doing that, and it would be like at least 5 or 6 times a day when I was streaming it. People would be like, so when are you going to do a Tor Solo Run? And it's like, we are. You just didn't catch the first part. The warehouse is going to be interesting how it works. From what everyone's described, is there's kind of the equivalent of the sell point, but I just take the pallets over that, and then they just kind of, you know, go there. And then when I go to remove stuff from the warehouse, I pull a vehicle up to a separate point, and it just kind of plunks the pallets back on the vehicle. Let's see, I hope you can get in a city. Then hope you still have some mechanic arms and legs. Oh yeah, no, with the Tor Solo Run, the entire thing is you start out in the desert, where everywhere around you is these bug things that will eat you. Like, because you can't defend yourself. You physically can't fight in that situation. You can kind of just, like, inchworm along the ground slowly. So you just try and get to the next city. You know, in that situation. And you get there, and the problem is, there's very little you can do to make money for yourself. You can't, like, mine ore, you can't do anything like that. So it is pretty much hoping that the guards get in a fight with something, and then like collecting whatever you can off the bodies, or, you know, stuff like that, and then trying to sell stuff to buy like the worst prosthetic limbs you can find, just so you have some. And then once you have that, then it's kind of like starting the game with a person who just has pretty heavily penalized stats, until you can save up money to get better, you know, better stuff. It's kind of like in it'd be kind of like in RimWorld if you gave someone like 2 peg legs and 2 wood hands, where it's like, okay, they can physically do everything, but like they're really bad at it. But when you do the solo run, it means stay solo. Your crew. Well, yeah, that's if you're doing a solo run. Yeah, no, the Tor Solo. Well, you can do a Tor Solo where you say is just the one person the whole time, which is fine. But like you can do like the Tor Solo run kind of thing where you just go around by yourself. The big problem with doing like a solo run in Kenshi is I find it very hard to have meaningful milestones to hit, because it is one of those games like Project Zomboid that once you get, you know, past the very beginning of the game, you have to decide what you're doing. And the game is set up to be something that one person is going to be fairly limited in a lot of the stuff they can do. Kenji, the game where you have to have your butt handed to you to get tougher? Yes. Quite literally, you can stunt your character's development by giving them too good of equipment early on where they're not taking enough damage. So it's in your own benefit to run around wearing, like, next to nothing and then fighting with stuff that does low damage so that you can continue to get beat up until you drop unconscious and then, you know, patch yourself up on the other side. It's a whole thing. Because the other problem with Kenshi Solo is if anything ever knocks you out and you're bleeding, you probably just died. Yeah, no, if we, like, I'm down for, if we're gonna play Kenshi, like coming up with what our objective is for the game. And I know a bunch of people's like, you can't use weapons. Like, it's like, we're not looking for the challenge run thing. We're looking for, like, what is the point? You pretty much only do solo runs anymore? Making a new city? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a kind of point, like an option we could do. Make a new city, build it up, and all that. We'd probably choose some place that is specifically hostile. Destroy all the faction you disagree with their ideology. How you doing over there, Harvester? Yeah, you show that, Bale. Yeah, no, you can destroy all the factions, but that'd be one of those things that I feel like in a lot of ways is kind of counter to, like, if people wanted to see a solo run, destroy all factions I don't think is a realistic goal. Realistically, if we were going to do destroy factions kind of thing, it wouldn't be destroy all factions. We would choose a faction we don't like, and that would be our goal. Because the time commitment to wipe out all the factions is very significant. United Cities? That was the one, the last time I played, that was actually the one we ultimately started attacking. Because we were kind of like, you know, we'll just do whatever. Like, I don't remember what we were talking about our goal being, and we were getting well established. And my character got captured and enslaved and derailed everything. And then I was like, all right, new objective. Our character now has a personal vendetta against this group. Like, everything else went to the wayside. All of our hopes and dreams are shattered. All we want to do is give these people a black eye. Yeah, no, unfortunately for, like, wiping out all the major players, it takes a really long time. I don't realistically see people staying interested in Kenji that long. I feel like taking out one of the major factions is probably kind of pushing the upper limit before we start really seeing things get bad numbers-wise. That people are just, like, really not into it anymore. Because Kenshi is a very slow game, especially at the beginning. That's always my fear at the beginning, is there isn't a fast way to get things moving. There are faster ways. Try to do a Holy Nation playthrough? Play as the Holy Nation? Nah. No. Nah. Makes sense, you never played the game and barely watch it. You don't know enough. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, the game is... The end game, you destroy factions with one max person? Huh. I always figured the ranged people, like, the turrets on the gates would just undo you. And that no matter, like, don't get me wrong, it's obnoxious what your character can get away with when your dodge is high enough. But you'll sometimes have it where your character will dodge, and just the way they twist puts them in line for another hit, and they get hit anyways by the second one, all that. Because I've done lots of runs where you get, like, absurdly high unarmed, because unarmed is ridiculously overpowered in that game. Where you run up, you flying kick someone's arm off. And it's just like, this person's out of the fight. Blood loss KO, 10 seconds. One Punch Man run. Yeah, no, in Kenshi, very much, it's very One Punch Man run. Because especially you sit there, you get your martial arts skill high, and you end up, replacing your limbs with, like, cybernetic limbs and all that. So you have these ridiculous cybernetic limbs, and you're punching people up, with giant robot arms, and just, again, instantly knocking limbs off and all that. My other fear of doing a solo run streaming in Kenshi is, like I said, Kenshi can be a very slow game. Like, it very much can. And it is one of those things that when you get, like, pretty badly injured in Kenshi, it's going to take time for you to, like, patch people up and have them fully recover. And it means a lot of downtime when that happens. And, once you get to, like, the godlike ability to fight later on, that's one thing. But there was a lot of fighting before you reach that point. There's a lot of grinding. Now, one of the counter arguments you could have, right, but if you're spreading all that skill game between a whole bunch of characters, then they level, much slower collectively they all, level much slower, whereas, you have more fight, more strength behind the whole pack collectively. Each individual isn't as strong. And so you get guests in for your Kenshi streams to hang out and keep it interesting during all that downtime. I've been very mixed on the idea of having people just hang out and chit-chat. Like, don't get me wrong, there's lots of channels that do that extremely well, but that just isn't the type of content I've done historically. And to be fair, honestly, a lot of multiplayer content I've done on the channel hasn't been particularly successful. There's been exceptions. Like, I'm still down to do it and still down to collab and all that. But, the podcasty, like, standing around, shooting the breeze as a group, I feel like you could do that for a special occasion or something like that. But, consistently for a game like Kenshi, I'm not sure. Well, it's not even the awkward kind of thing, Soul Adams. It's more like just the nature of the content. I haven't had like a lot of conversation stuff, because we've done stuff where I did a couple of Project Zomboid servers over the years. Like, we did Mr. Lamprey's, like, really super duper awful permadeath. I mean, awful as in hard permadeath server and all that kind of stuff. We did that for a good while. When Build 41 first dropped, I played in the Deep Fried Brains multiplayer server for a while. And that was fine. But, like, none of that content did particularly well versus me just playing the game by myself. We sat down, like, we've done, we played games with Baron, we played games with Sui, and none of them, like, the ones with Sui generally didn't do bad. Like, I do think people do like kind of the, I'm gonna go rhythm that me and Sui have. I don't think it's a thing we'd be able to do, like, all the time or something, but, people seem to enjoy it. Baron, I don't remember how the one with Baron went. Because I know we played Plate Up for a while, and I think we ended up playing something else. And I don't remember how... I vaguely remember it did well, but part of that could just be, Baron's channel is a much larger channel that I may have benefited from that. When you vibe, you vibe. Nah, I don't disagree. But it's just one of those things that the nature of the content I built on here, I feel like multiplayer on voice on the stream, with the way the audience has been built up, is more like where I do Twitch integration stuff. It's kind of fun to do as a one-off, as something different, but I don't think it makes sense to do for anything that's going to be any length of time, because that'd be the implication with, like, Kenshi, is the game has like lots of downtime, which means there'd be lots of streams that we would end up having people hanging around for background conversation, that kind of stuff, which is fine. But scheduling that's another reason I don't do more collabs, is trying to schedule that stuff. Like, it's always been really easy with Sui. That's one of the reasons I really like when I do collabs with Sui. Is because, like, hey, we should collab this. Cool. How does Sunday sound? Yeah, Sunday works, and it's all sorted. Like, that's how easy that usually goes. Or, hey, I don't know yet, but I will know on this day. So it's, like, really straightforward. I don't have to worry about that. Versus the vast majority of the time when I try and collab with other people, it's, hey, we should collab sometime. What about this game? Oh, I'll probably be on this game for a little while. What about this other game? Oh, that'd be a lot of fun. I'll probably need to do that in a little bit later. But yeah, I'm down. Let me know. And you're like, cool, I'm letting you know like you told me to on this other day. Yeah, we could do it sometime. When? Oh, you know, we could figure something out. How's Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday? What day works best for you? And you just kind of get tired of herding cats. You're like, look, man, I understand we got all our schedules and all that. That's fine. But, like, you know, we can't figure out, like, what game and all that and try and get all sorted out. When we do figure out the game, getting people to agree to a time and all that, I'm not someone who I want to be streaming and just middle of stream. It's like, oh, I'm ready to pop in. It's like, that's not going to work for me. Sorry. I know, Pankraru. I need to reach out to you. I'm not complaining about you, by the way. I'm complaining about people who are like, oh yeah, I'd love to play this specific game with you. It's like, all right, let's get it on the calendar. And just trying to figure it out. So I don't know. I don't usually schedule very often collab stuff unless it's like something that really stands out. The bigger point is trying to go with all this, more than anything, is the nature of how I built my channel. Collab content isn't like the big draw. It's not that I'm against it. I feel like that's one of those things like Twitch integration I do once in a while as something special. Now, we are planning on doing the community server on the 6th for Farm Sim. And that'll be something along the ways. That won't have a bunch of people in voice, like you can all be in voice chat. I'm not going to be in voice chat for that one. I'll be streaming. But it is one of those things that I could see down the road, like for like the voice chat kind of thing, is maybe if I have people I kind of grow to like trust that are hanging around and all that stuff, maybe for some of that multiplayer we pop, you know, a couple people in Discord. I don't think I'll ever wide open it because I have to be careful about, you know, enforcing TOS and yada yada yada. For those who don't know, Pankro, fantastic content creator on the platform, greatest pink squid on the internet, but a solid VTuber, plays a whole bunch of different games, plays a lot of games along the lines of like XCOM and that, like turn-based tactical, but plays a wide range of games in addition to that. Has definitely played games like we had they played Cult of the Lamb, among many other things. They definitely have a lot more of the fun, chaos, that kind of stuff going on their channel. So if that's your jam. So Darkest Dungeon tomorrow with all the DLC. Nice. Greatest rule for voice chat. If I know you, I might consider it. Yeah. It's just one of those things that, like, you have to be really careful. Because there's even other creators I like. I'm not sure I would... You know, not sure I would want to necessarily have in voice channel. Like, there's a couple creators who are friends of the channel who... Like, I don't mind swearing. Like, that's not a problem. But, like... They get pretty over the top at times. I'm like, you know what? That's actually tough for me to be like, yeah, hang out in voice. I'm like, nah, man, I understand that you're gonna be in your vibe and all that, and I don't want to take from that, but that doesn't really align with what I got going on here. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so many jangling keys to keep yours busy. Yeah, no, that's absolutely... Like, you've got a good thing going over there. But that's just kind of it, is what I've built on this channel is a lot of, you know, mostly relaxing, chill kind of stuff. We don't do a bunch of like sound emote or sound things. Or we have some. We don't do like a whole bunch of sounds, whole bunch of little gifs or anything like that. And there's nothing wrong with any of that stuff. But I'm just that's not the direction. Yeah, that's not the direction I've been going with that. You got the chillest late night vibe? That's kind of the goal. Yeah, Scary's probably gonna get retired soon. I know, like, it was supposed to be just like a Halloween thing for Doki Doki Literature Club, and then people were like really into it. But I think it's starting to get to the time that it may be getting close to time that Scary starts to wane off. Because it's also got to be a really weird thing if you're new to the channel and I'm playing Farm Sim and everything's chill and then Natsuki jump scaring you. Just replace all the Doki images with tree pickers, but keep the giggle, of course. That's just, I mean, the giggle has to be there. You're dead serious? Trees are scary. Well, the goal of the stream isn't to be scary. Like, there was a reason when we did that Halloween stream, like, the whole week leading up to it, I was like, hey, this day, scary stream, not the normal vibe. Hey, this day, be mindful, lots of trigger warnings. Hey, this day, like, I was warning people for a while, being like, yo, this time, if you're not looking for this, this is what it's gonna be. Because it was so far outside the normal content. Silver Run tree-throughs are the enemy's playthrough. That was not as well timed as I thought it was. Okay. And you're just harvesting away. We're just making bail. Bzz. Let's see. Run into a channel where the creator got into a fight with a mod, and the mod is triggering out all the audio-video commands at once. It's still something that for a while, Eunuch was only putting the tree quotes on there, or nature quotes. And how many of the quotes are still just trees are the enemies and, you know, all that. Let's see. Okay, checking before bed. Have a chill night, Raw and friends. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Again, you should check out Pank. Does a whole lot of good stuff over there. Doors in games remind me. I mean, that's fair. Doors in games can be absolutely cursed too. Okay. Raw and Friends late night show? Yeah. I'm not against collabs. I've done a few, like, a couple collabs. I think the last collab we did was with Peg. We did Phasmophobia. So that's why I was played up with no doors mod for a long while. No real upside to them. Well, I mean, the idea is the doors are supposed to be there, so when two people try and go through a space, the door just gets in the way and makes everyone frustrating, like, get out of my way. I mean, that's what Played Up is supposed to be with multiplayer. It's just 100% just everyone getting all up in each other's space because everyone's trying to do what they need to, and there's just not enough room for it. There is an MMO mod for Played Up. Is it just like you have a shared economy or something? Oh, 12 players at once? Oh, God. I feel like unless they make the maps much bigger, that doesn't... Like, literally, the winning strategies have, like, 4 people working, and then the other 8 go stand outside. Alright, so let's get this over there. Man, we're making pretty good time with this, even for as small as the harvester is. We're already about, you know, a little less than halfway done with the last field. And with the bale, the only field that's not been baled for the most part is the field that is actively being harvested. Right now you're trying to get used to vanilla again, but for a few months. You're playing the whole bunch. And, oh, before I probably forgot, you know, thank you Pankrower for the 5 stream streak, and then thank you a Night Dweller for the 7 stream streak. Was it 5 stream streak? I think it's 5 stream streak. But anyway, thank you to both people for their streaks, and they got themselves their extra points and all that good stuff. But how's it going, a Night Dweller? Good morning to you as well. It's still weirding me out, just like I'm getting notifications even though I've tried to turn them off twice. I posted one of the little guardsmen clips that we had in the channel on TikTok, you know, to promote the channel and all that. And it's the one that's blowing it up, and it's the one where you attempt to confiscate the swords from the more militant of the 2 factions and all that. And I don't say anything in the clip. You just sit there, you see me like go up and slowly click on it. They have the dialogue, and then, you know, I do it again, and the scene plays out. And at the end, you see me like, you know, like just like I'm about to start laughing, but before the actual sound comes out, and that's like the clip. So it's really just the game doing its thing with a very slow click on it, and then where I'm about to laugh. It's like, This is like the only clip that's posted there that I literally don't say anything. Why is this the clip that's doing the best? Do I need to think about this long and hard? It's TikTok. TikTok's weird. You know it's true, TikTok. Yeah, I'm not going back to the little patch. Alright, so let's drop you here for a moment. And grab the thing. Wasn't Tic Tac a brand of mints? Yeah, that's Tic Tac. But TikTok has a different name. I just think of the meme from, well, not meme, the clip from The Simpsons where they go to the all-you-can-eat seafood place and, you know, Marge has like this horrible fish allergy and she's like, oh, well, I can't have fish, so I'll just have this soup. And he's like, it has fish in it. Okay. Well, then I'll have the bread on the table. Also has fish in it. Okay, I'll have Tic Tacs out of my purse. Very good, ma'am. Or it's like, excellent choice, or something like that. Because how that played out, we all knew it was going to be clicked. Oh yeah. No, the moment they introduce, like, I am 100% clicking this. There is zero way I am not clicking on taking this lady's swords. I know it's the right answer. Or, I mean, I know it's the wrong answer. She is being very explicit that it is the wrong answer. But, hear me out, we were gonna do it anyways. She gives you multiple rounds of warnings. There we go. Hitting all the wrong buttons. Let's make some quick cash with some many bales of straw. And a quick almost $9,000. All right. Salam says, you saw an image of an allergy card at one point. Nice idea, but it was worded in such a way that the only way that the restaurant could maybe serve that was tap water. I mean, there are definitely individuals who have very difficult allergies to work around. But like, even then, it's pretty rare you can go into a place where they can't serve anything. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll go into a place and they'll be like, yeah, you can have soup. Just this one soup. Which is not super exciting. But I do find people who have food allergies that are that significant, that's not something they're unaccustomed to. But it's pretty rare they're that bad. It does happen, unfortunately, where you have people who have, you know, like a nut allergy, a gluten allergy, you know, they're lactose intolerant, and just, you know, they got an unlucky draw of just the things they can't eat. And honestly, I feel really bad for them because, like, especially with some people, it's, you know, they didn't get to be particularly lactose intolerant until later on in life. So they know what they're missing, kind of thing. Which honestly sounds... I don't know if it's worse to just, like, never know something so you can't miss it, or to eat something younger and then develop an allergy later on in life and be like, okay, well, I can, you know, I can eat this thing and I will be sick, or I cannot eat this thing I want. It's worse, just ask your daughter. I would believe it. It was along the lines of no fish, no poultry, no beef, no pork, no game, no roots, no leaves, no nuts. No cross? I don't know what no cross means. That doesn't... Okay, that doesn't sound to me... Cross-contamination. Well, I mean, that goes without saying. That doesn't feel like it's, Because, I mean, the first 7 of those is no meat. Yeah, that's what the first, like, 7 is, just no meat. But yeah, no, they'd be able to eat fruit, they'd be able to eat, not root vegetables that, you know, whatever. Like the thing that, yeah, that to me sounds like preferences, because usually with a lot of those, like no nut allergies, they'll usually break that down between whether it's tree nut or other nuts, because usually those two allergies are two separate allergies. And I don't know anyone who has, like, you know, just a bunch of random meats are like a no-go. As far as like food allergies, food preferences, sure, makes sense. But food allergies? So that to me doesn't, like, don't get me wrong, you know, the person's making their food choices, like, you can go, hey, we can't guarantee you're not going to have cross-contamination or anything like that. At that point, you just bring Tupperware home. But at that point, you just don't bother eating out, because it's just going to be an exercise of frustration. I already know people who that's... Like, even... I have people who just... Literally, they have just the gluten allergy. And trying to eat out can be enough of a headache that a lot of them just won't. Hey, Grumpy, how's it going? Yeah, no, I know you can get, you know, a food allergy towards, like, beef or whatever, like red meats and all that. Like, that's a thing. And there are people that have food allergies for pork. But, like, to have the whole list is kind of a head-scratcher. Like, to me, it's like, oh, just tell me you're vegetarian, because those first 7 items tell me you're vegetarian, because you ruled out fish, bird, like, red meats, porks, you know, pork and everything. You're vegetarian. It's fine. Yeah, no, that's basically what I looked at as that. Is like, I don't see, like, unless you count mollusk as not being fish. So you can eat, like, snails and oysters and clams. But I would imagine that's under the category of fish. What's the difference between a baby and an old car? Just keep in mind that, we do try to keep things relatively, you know, basically just make sure where this joke is going, it's, not a problematic thing. Because the moment it's a joke involving babies, I usually get real worried. Because I haven't heard many that don't end badly. Yep, no, if it's dark, real dark, then yeah, we don't need it. Yeah, the way I usually put it is it's not that this channel is necessarily quote-unquote safe for work. The way I phrase it is, if you were watching, I'm okay if the boss raises an eyebrow and looks over. I'm not okay if the boss stands up and is like, alright, come on. We gotta talk about it. What does an autumn car run on? I don't know. Because I can't think of something where it works with fall. Because if you had to leave that list of allergies, you'd basically be unable to eat anything. Is there anything left as carbohydrate, fructose, or glucose based? And you're diabetic? You have to limit all 3 of those in your diet? Yeah, and there's leaves? Okay. I'm missing it because impossible run leaves. I'm sure that's like a play on words or something, but I'm not catching the play on words. Which it could be like pronouncing it differently. Like leaves, leafs. Or are you saying it's driving on leaves? Like running as in driving, not running as in the engine operating? Yeah, and I got you. It runs on fossil fuels. Stretch there. All right. And fields are all harvested. F. It's a stretch. An effort was made. Yeah, no, I caught that burning sun. It was like, Any of these last ones? I'm just gonna go ahead and finish the getting the baler done, getting the last of the wheat put away, and we'll have the entire day knocked out. So honestly, considering we haven't upgraded our harvester, this went pretty okay. And all the rest of the process for the wheat field will be nice and easy. We just blast it with the cultivator, which takes no time at all now, and then the seeder's like the same size and speed. Obligatory scary. Yep. Is that seeder direct drill? No, it is not. There is a direct drill seeder, but it's a little bit smaller. Like, we look at this, to the seeders real fast. This one doesn't make any mention of direct drill. Oh, where are you at? These ones do. Then what was that symbol? What was what symbol? One moment. So let's compare. So this is a direct drill. Yes, this is a direct drill one. There's no symbols here that I'm seeing different. Versus this is the first one here. Yeah, no, I don't see any additional symbols. Yeah, no, it's not direct drill, because here's the seeder that definitely does not have auto drill. That's literally that it's a seeder. It's just that saying I plant and then the plants to the right of it. But no, it's not direct drill. You can get direct drill that's pretty big, but not quite as big as that one. That's its advantage over the other ones, is while it doesn't direct drill, it is huge. Versus the other one is like 4 meters smaller. Maybe to make the difference between drillers and plant seeders? You need more coffee. Yeah, no, it's it wouldn't be a thing I would be surprised with. It was just missing from the UI that they just didn't have a way to show you, you know, that it was the thing. Alright, so this is all collected. So let's run this back, get repaired, grab the next thing, get those sorted. Rick says, you want to know the funny part of something that's irritating with Farming Sim? Every one of those similar, smaller seeds seeders are seeder plus power harrower in real life, which means all of them can cultivate and plant at the same time. Farming Sim deactivates that though as a progression roadblock. I can get that though from, you know, the idea of making a game balance. All right, Sarisa Mate, you have a good one. That's where you have people getting like these heated arguments about, like, well, this one's better in real life. It's like, well, that's fine, but the fact is, in video game logic, you know, if you have something that is always objectively better than everything else, you choose it. And sometimes the only way to make things better and all that is to adjust numbers such that they're not technically realistic and correct. And you'll have people get real upset with that. They'll be like, well, I own this one, and this isn't right. It's like, well, that's fair. It's a video game. It's okay. It's fine. You can get a mod that fixes it if you care that much. But otherwise, like, progression-wise, you know, it's just not as good. The game needs balance, not realism. Yep. Now, usually we haven't had the discussion in a long time, because it usually comes up in Project Zomboid all the time, that people are like, well, if it was real, it'd be like this. And, like, if it was real, there'd be no zombies. Then you wouldn't have a game, so maybe stop worrying about real and enjoy the video game. Realism arguments in Project Zomboids always bothered me. Because, like, you have a concept that on the very premise is unrealistic. Why are you arguing about realism? If it was real, you would be tired by zombie 4, maybe 5, and food by zombie 8. Yeah, realistically. Like, anyone who's ever been in, like, you know, ever boxed or been in, like, a fist fight, like a proper fist fight, it's tiring. It's real tiring. There's a reason why there are people who their entire fitness regime is they just kind of do a couple bouts of boxing and then they're done for the day. Or something along those lines. Putting your entire weight into something takes a lot of energy. I'd be food by zombie 1. Hey, give yourself some credit. You'll make it to 2. No, I don't want to go past 2, because, like, I want to also keep it in realistic. No, I'm teasing. You can even have a power harrower on its own and hit the combinations of options to allow you to come with one part synergy category, but allows in real life capability with extra cost stock. I'd be okay with that kind of thing too, but like I said, it's a balanced decision. But, you know, eh. There's a reason why boxing rounds are 3 minutes with a couple minutes in between. Yep. And of course, you'd have the person back home who's like, man, why are you taking all these breaks? I could do that. It's a person watching an Olympic sport and just sitting back at the sidelines and be like, well, I could do that if I wanted to. I just don't want to. It's like, sure you can. Look, man. You sometimes get winded carrying your case of beer up the stairs. I don't think you're doing half of what they're doing right now. Just gonna be real with you. Because if that's how you prefer it, have small seeders that don't have a harrow as your entry level, and those that can combo include both parts individually, giving player the option. Yeah, no, I could see it being a thing that, like, so the catch-22 with that is you'd still need to make those seeders worse than the ones that come with it built in, or there'd never be a reason to buy the ones with it built in. And the reason I say that is because otherwise the objective correct choice is assuming that they're in par with each other, it would mean you'd always buy the one that you can optionally add it later, and that would be fine. Like that image of a shooter trying to correct the posture of an Olympic shooter. That's a shooter, the gold one. Oh yeah, no, there are people who genuinely think they like know everything, and just really want to correct others around them. And you're like, look, man, this person does this professionally, day in and day out. You sat on the couch and you got a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is you trying to correct someone who has way, way, way more skill and experience than you do. And has the qualifications to show it. Now, I've had a number of people I've known who they'll see someone do that's it can be a humiliating thing, but I kind of wish there's been a couple times where they've done it, where they've had like a not Olympic, but they've had like a professional race, like a foot race, a professional foot race. And what they'll do is they'll get someone who's down to do it, knowing that they're going to be humiliated just by the nature of it, but they'll get someone who's a pretty good runner. Like just like a normal, pretty good runner. You know, like that one person on your street who goes running a lot. They're not a professional, but, you know, they race sometimes. And have them, and then have the Olympic runners on the same track with them. And they'll have, like, their lane off to the side. Just so that way, when people are like, oh yeah, I could totally do that. And then you see, like, the regular, normal person runner, the non-Olympian runner, just not even look like they're moving. This person's moving so fast, or these are people are moving so fast, because it really does kind of help drill home. It's like, you don't understand, they're moving. Like, you are not even participating in what's happening here. How much of a you're not even remotely in the game it is. So the only reason you wouldn't want to do a baseline person from the crowd is because you'd want to make sure whoever's doing it is well aware they are going to be absolutely humiliated by the fact that the comparison is going to make them look bad. And you'll have people who are totally comfortable with it. But yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like, basically you're trying to find someone who is a fairly average person, but is also someone who at least has done it before, kind of thing. Not just you found some random person who has difficulty running or whatever. But find someone who's representative of, like, what is a normal person who does this activity. Just to give you the baselines, you're like, okay, when you watch this person go, like, running down that track and it looks like they're going fairly slow, you gotta like have that comparison. There you go, right, it looks slow because the camera's panned out super far to see the track. That person's running at like 20 plus miles an hour, which is heckin' fast. So you watch the person who's a normal person, they're just going full tilt for it, and they're going like 13. So like the person just like zips away. And that 13 is probably like full-on maximum speed sprint that they're gonna do for 30 seconds to a minute, and they're done. Very realistically for a normal person. While those other ones are doing the entire like circuit of the track. But yeah. No, I liked that. I can't remember, it wasn't the Olympics, but there was one that did it for a foot race. And it really shut down a lot of those discussions. Because it was a perception problem more than anything. When they zoom out the camera so you can see the whole track. And when you're talking, you know, 100-yard dash, and you're zoomed way out, so you can see 100 yards in frame. It makes covering that seem way, way slower than it really is. And all that kind of stuff. Add into it that camera that follows the runner, which also makes them look slower. Take an F1 car. Yes, they look fast when you watch them on TV, compared to watching a person. They look slow on TV? Oh, yeah. Well, that's you look at some of those races, like, what speed is this car going? Oh, it's going around that corner about 189. You're like, it's going what now? That's obviously not doing a proper corner at 189 because you're dead. But you're like, they get in those straightaways, you're like, how fast is this car goes? Oh, it's going 150, 180 miles per hour. You're like, it's doing what? Or it's like, oh yeah, they have to stay that speed or they fall off the track. And you're like, what? Come again? You added a 1 in front of the number you're trying to tell me. I understand. It must be an honest mistake. Nah, cameras can work for and against you. The person will be like experiencing 5G, which is the painting speed for people. Yeah. Yeah, no, if you're going like 180 around a corner, you're not seeing everything. If you're still conscious. Side Gs are not your friend. There's a camera shoot from a stationary by the track POV. It wasn't that you blink, you missed it. You saw a slight blur in a slightly different color. Oh yeah, no, that's always fun. Like it's an interesting phenomena because you actually use that in a lot of different mediums. You deliberately use cameras to mess with stuff, like forced perspective. They do that all the time. And for a good example of that, if you ever watched the Lord of the Rings movies, they used forced perspective very aggressively and very creatively in that. When you look at the actors that are like, you know, the I'm blanking on it. Gandalf. You have like the actor for Gandalf, and then like the actors for like Frodo and Bilbo and all that. They'll have like Bilbo, you know, way in the back next to the house, and then like Gandalf way up in front at sometimes. They actually had like one set of the houses were like really small, and the other side of the houses were like really, really big. So when they wanted a scene with like Bilbo looking really small, they'd put him in the scene with the, you know, the unnaturally large house. But then when they wanted to show out like Gandalf as being really tall, they put him in front of like the really small house. But it was like two houses designed to look the same. It's really neat stuff. But it is all camera tricks of like where you position your camera, what you have as your frame of reference and all that. Let's see, Craig says, we have a track here in Australia. We're coming down to the straights. They're doing around 200 miles per hour. They look like they're doing 60 on TV. Yeah, that's I'm not a big NASCAR person, but that is what happens with NASCAR. Is the whole thing is go really fast. Is what NASCAR is. There's no fanciness around it. It's you're going really fast and then just trying to get around each other. But all the speeds are absurdly high. But that's the one where like the track is like, I think it's like a 35 or 45 degree angle or something like that. That quite literally, if you're going, I think it's like below 40 or 50, it becomes a problem that the tires don't have enough grip to keep the cars from sliding down the track, because again, you're at like a 45 degree angle. And it's so that way they can go that fast and not have bad things happen. But it is the nature of the track that it's tipped that far that you have to keep such ridiculous stuff going on. It's not my idea of a fun thing to watch. They're just going in circles the whole time for a very long time, and I understand the appeal to it. It's just not one that appeals to me. I would much rather see something where there's like a lot more complexity in the tracks and whatnot versus how fast they're going. Yes. Alright, we're just quickly going through. Oh, let me see if I can do something real fast. Snooze the ad. Am I in time? Yeah, got it in time. Let it sit for just a second so I can snooze it a second time. Excellent. Because I only get 3 snoozes for a very long time. And we're getting close to the end of stream, so I'm trying to prevent you from all getting hit with another round of ads. So we should be good for another 10 minutes or so. But they only give us like 3 snoozes per... I can't remember. I think you get like a snooze back like once per hour or something. It's one of those things that if we catch it, we can do it. The reason you also don't do snoozes on here is it does mean if anyone joins into the stream after 4 more seconds from now, that we will technically have pre-roll ads turned back on. Because I haven't run an ad in the last hour. Let's see, in Australia, you don't have oval tracks. Like NASCAR. Yeah, that's the whole thing. A lot of places don't. Gerrick says, you don't watch any NASCAR here in Australia, even though we've had some drivers from the V8 supercars join NASCAR in recent years. You're a fan of the V8 supercars, and your daughter got right into F1 last year, which got you back into that too. We're off to the Melbourne F1 GP in March. Yeah, no, so like I'm not huge into watching racing in general, but if I am going to watch racing, I'm far more likely to watch like Formula style racing or one of the more complicated track style racings. Like some of the motorcycle racing can be fun where they do like the narrow tracks and, well, not narrow, but like sharp turn tracks and all that, where they usually only have like a couple spots they can really get up to full speed, but otherwise it's, you know, knowing how much they can drift or how much they can take a turn and all that kind of stuff. That, to me, that's way more interesting than just raw speed. Have you watched any car going 200 kilometers per hour in person? It is really scary. I have. And yeah, no, it's not something I have an interest. The worst I've ever done, which is in my parents' convertible. They don't need to know about this. That I had access to a restricted area where like no one drives, and I borrowed the convertible because we were in the middle of doing some repairs on my car. Not for being in an accident. My car had lots of miles on it. I don't even remember what it was for, but like I needed like a new starter or something. No, it wasn't a starter. That would have made sense. Either way, I had something that my car needed done, and so it was just down for the day. And so, no, it was borrowed without quotes. I got permission and everything. I had work. And so I went out there and I was having to go to one of the remote locations out in this restricted area, which I had access to this and everything. I had clearance and whatnot. And I got out there and I was going, huh. And so I opened it up. And it got going to around like 120 or something like that. And the convertible top was down. And my scalp physically started to hurt from just how much wind was just like whipping around, because it had the rollover bars, so it's like kind of whipping back and forth the whole time. That's making like my scalp uncomfortable. I was like, you know what? This is really stupid. And I backed off in a big way. Because there's like no need for it. And a bunch of people drive really dumbly out in that area because they assume no one's out there. I also did nowhere near as that bad on the motorcycle, but there's definitely a time in the motorcycle I got going pretty good, and it's like, you know, if anything goes wrong, I am just a smear. So maybe let's not do this. Like there will be no second chances. This'll be just done, is what this'll be. But yeah, no, I'm not much of a speed demon with that kind of thing. I love fast roller coasters and fast rides and all that. But stuff like just driving real fast in a car never really had that much an appeal to me. Like, don't get me wrong, I did like lots of like go-kart racing and all that for fun, which was all good. Soul Adam saying, the quote from the submarine accident, they stopped being biology and became physics. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you're in the triple digits and you go down on a motorcycle. So, I would rather not. I know you have the one last tool laying over there, but I can't see what I'm doing. I can't even see where I need to go to park. Hey, we do have a spot over here. All right. And we will fast forward time. What was the thing I need to empty? Okay. Let's double check real fast before I do that. I think we're fine. Yeah, we're good. Your cousin is into fast cars. One time, I had been lucky enough to go with him to a track. It was scary, then never again. Yeah, no, it's just never been my thing. Alright, so what's going to end up happening now is, first of all, we are going to save. Because it is getting to be about that time to stream. We're a little bit over. I did manage to snooze the ads so no one would get hit with them. I'm trying to avoid getting you hit with another round of ads. Why can I not find the save spot? There you are. So you want to go ahead and hit that, because I don't want to force you to have another round of ads. But thank you again so much for tuning in. We are going to be wrapping up the stream for all of you over on YouTube and TikTok. This does mean I'm just going to close the stream on you because there is no raids over there. But everyone over here on Twitch, if you'll hang out for a minute, we'll find someone to raid. So, goodbye TikTok, goodbye YouTube, and we'll